Hello, welcome to the fourth round of the FIDE Women Grand Prix here in Munich. Yeah, as you can see, unfortunately, Stefan Kinnermann got sick. He has fever and yeah, very sad. But luckily, there are many other Grandmasters in this hotel, and I'm very pleased to introduce to you Grandmaster Denis Wagner. Hello.
Hello, Veronika. Thanks for the introduction and welcome everybody to the stream. Yeah, I'm very happy to be here, but of course also all the best to Stefan. I hope he recovers very soon, that he will be back here as soon as possible.
Yeah, we hope the best. So Denis Wagner is a Grandmaster from Germany, and as you might think, yeah, he is the husband of Dinara Wagner. So very interesting. So what happened yesterday? Let's have a look at the results from yesterday. We had many exciting games again, and we saw a draw between Zhongyi and Elisabeth. Elisabeth had very good chances to win this game, but Zhongyi, yeah, was really tough fighting. Then we saw a nice victory from Alexandra against Dinara, a nice draw between Harika and Alina. Then Zhansaya lost against Jiner, Mariya drew against Humpy, and Anna also drew against Nana. So the ranking after 3 rounds looks like follows.
Alexandra having a great tournament so far, yeah, winning every single game. So she is in clear first place.
Yeah, she has 3 out of 3, so really great start. And then, yeah, some players with 2 points. We have Tan, we have Muzychuk, Anna, we have Dzagnidze. So still everything is possible. So what to expect from today? We have round 4. Let's have a check on the pairings. So we have Dinara with white against Nana. We have Humpy with white against Anna. Jiner with white against Mariya. Alina with white against Zhansaya. Elisabeth with white against Harika. And Alexandra with white against Zhongyi.
So I guess for the standings, the most important game is the last one, right? From Alexandra against Tan. Tan, one of the players trying to catch up with her in the lead, but Alexandra having the white pieces.
Yeah.
And trying to put pressure.
Exactly, yeah. So very interesting, and we will see what they will play. Okay, so let's have a look at the games.
Yes, let's get started.
Let's start with, of course, Dinara's game.
So we are seeing a Catalan on the board. And black played bishop e7, which is the traditional main line in the Catalan. But of course there are also many other options, like taking on c4, playing bishop b4 check. But yeah, bishop e7 is considered the main move, and okay, Dinara choosing a slightly rarer move order there with queen c2. The main move is to play a short castle here immediately, and then of course black has a different option. Either they can play close Catalan with c6 or play d takes c4, which is considered the main move nowadays, when most people play queen c2, a6, a4. This is like one of the main moves, and then black plays bishop d7, queen takes c4, bishop c6. Something like this we have also already seen in many World Championship matches, most recently in the Karls Nepo match, where Nepo played this rather new move b5 here, followed by a4, bishop e7, and giving up the pawn, and we saw many new developments here. So point of this move, queen c2, is to discourage this d takes c4, but on the other hand you kind of determine your queen very early, so black has other options here, like going c5. Let's see what Nana will choose against it.
Yeah, this is actually my opening. I always play the Catalan, and also sometimes I start to play with early queen c2 because I don't really like the lines with d takes c4. Yeah, they are complicated, and sometimes I'm not seeing my pawn again.
Yeah, also the lines are very forcing, very well analyzed, so it's pretty difficult to pose problems there for black. Black knows it well, so yeah, so certainly all kinds of sidelines have been tried in this opening to get black into unknown territory. But I'm sure Nana has seen queen c2 move before, so let's see what she does. Maybe in the meantime we can take a look at the other games.
Yeah. So for example, we have this game here.
Very curious.
Yeah, it's a very interesting game between Alexandra and Zhongyi.
Let's see how we got here. So e4 played Alexandra, as she also did yesterday. We see another Sicilian. Knight f3, and very interesting. Tan plays g6 move here. It's not considered to be a main line, yeah, this accelerated dragon, that's how it's called. Because white has many different options here. Can first of all go for Maroczy bind, using playing c4, followed by d4 next, and getting the typical Maroczy structure where white has a lot of space, and it's considered to be slightly better for white. Certainly, it's of course also possible to play d4, which is the normal lines of the accelerated dragon, and the choice that Alexandra went for is to move c3. Basically switching gears and now saying, okay, let's play c3 Sicilian, the Alpine variation. And since black already put the pawn to g6, the lines are not as easy as they are normally. I think I actually played this move myself, c3 here, in a game in Austrian League.
Nice.
In 2019 against Ante Šarić with black, and yeah, I had a nice preparation there and got some promising positions. So I think this line is quite risky for black.
Yeah, I'm also playing the Alpine against the Sicilian, and I like the g6 lines. I think they are pleasant for white. Yeah.
Yeah, you're playing it with white
immediately.
No,
e4,
yeah,
c3,
c4, c5, c3, and then also the move g6 exists, right?
Yes.
And or also it's possible to play with d5 first. Maybe you can show this.
And then later g6. Yes, but I like these lines.
If black goes d5 here, takes d4. And it's also possible to play g6 here. Yeah? That's what we're talking about. And then we go like knight f3, bishop g7.
Yes.
And for example, move like bishop e3.
And also the knight d2.
Knight d2 is, I think, what I played in my game also. And then if the idea is c takes d4, bishop c4 to get quick development with white. And then later to take with the knight on d4. And you have very active pieces. Not so easy to play this with black if you don't know exactly how to proceed.
Yes. So I think there are more challenging lines against the Alpine. So yeah, I like the choice that she is playing c3 now. Because
probably the Maroczy was something that Tan was hoping for by choosing this move order. Can only assume so. And now we see different type of positions. But okay, Alexandra doesn't follow our advice by taking on d5 and playing d4, but she plays e5 instead. Also a principled move. We see this from time to time in the Alpine as well, yeah. The e4, c5, c3, d5, like move like e5 exists with the intention to go to like into a French, but then black usually has the chance to play d4 himself, not allowing this and taking the space. But what was played here? Knight c6. As long as the black pawn is not on e6, so we are not really afraid of d4, yeah, so because we can still play with bishop g4, develop our bad bishop and put pressure on the center. Instead, bishop b5 is a move. I have to say, I know many openings, but this I have never seen before.
Oh!
In my life. This particular move order looks very interesting. So both sides are staying flexible. Pawn not going to d4 yet. Very interesting. What do you think? What will we see here?
I think she will wait another time and play bishop g7.
Bishop g7? Yeah, that's a possibility. I also think so. How will she develop the knight? I would assume she will go somewhere knight to h6, yeah?
Yes.
The knight coming to f5. But as long as white didn't play d4, maybe the knight is not attacking anything yet. So.
Yeah, I know some kind of Alpine line also with g6, and there I'm playing also d4 and also with the e5. And then the idea is not to play knight f3, but the idea is to play like h3, g4, so that the knight can't go from h6 to f5. And then, yeah, I think this is a very pleasant position for white. I had 2 games already, and yeah, it was very pleasant with good results.
I agree with you. Like if the move like knight h6, h3 looks very logical to prevent all kinds of bishop by g4 ideas. And if knight f5 comes, then g4, and the knight has to go again. So.
Yeah, but in my line, the knight is still not on f3, and then you also have the chance to play f4 if f6 is played, and then yeah, you're keeping the center, and I really enjoy it.
Yeah, I can imagine this position is quite pleasant for white. So maybe knight h6 is not the right direction. First, black could also consider playing f6, but maybe then better to start with bishop g7, like you said, see what white does. Does white castle? Oh, let's see.
Or h3?
H3 again looks possible, yeah. So somehow the move bishop d7 has a certain appeal because we are threatening to take the pawn on e5. And a move like d4 would not really protect it because we could still take there using the typical trick that bishop takes d7, knight takes d7. So here white should react differently, maybe queen e2.
Queen e2, yeah.
Bishop protected. At the same time also stopping anything like f6 because we always have e6. And if black plays a6 to force the bishops off, then we take. And also here we could consider going e6. Certainly an option. Or just to play. I guess after giving the bishop, we don't want d4 anymore. We would put the pawn to d3.
Because also bishop b5 I was thinking about, so d4 is not so.
And still, it's hard for black to finish his development tonight. Doesn't go out. f6 doesn't threaten anything. Black has good control over e5. e6 is possible, but leaves the dark squares weakened. Not at all easy to play this. And black is out of preparation. And I think we will see a very, very hard-fought battle here in this game.
I'm looking forward to it.
We'll keep track of this one. But maybe let's continue.
To the other games, yes.
What the others are doing.
So that we don't miss anything spectacular. Here we also have
another scratch for knights. We've seen this before in the tournament, yeah?
True.
Was in the game from Mariya, Muzychuk against Humpy. But there I think she took on d5, right?
Yes.
So the main line. Now bishop e2, it's one of the more modern lines. Rook e1.
And bishop g4. So do you know this line?
Seems still familiar to me. Probably queen c1 is the move that white plays here. But I'm not entirely sure what else can be the option. So maybe let's explain this a bit. What is the idea for white? So basically we are saying we don't want to dissolve the tension in the center just yet. Keep our options. And it looks very logical for black simply to take on c3 and say, okay, we are winning a pawn. To take with the knight. But I think as it has turned out, actually these positions are not at all easy for black. I think you take on e4 and then move your queen away. Actually not entirely sure about the details here, but let's say queen e2, and then we have this really monstrous bishop on c3, putting pressure on the black king side, and our rooks come to the center immediately, and this bishop is not developed, these pawns are weak. Positions are tricky to play with black. So what many top players instead do in this position is to take with the pawn on e4. And then we see an operation like this one. Take on e4. And then black takes on b2. White takes on c6. Rook b8. Rook b1. And everything is exchanged and we get to this ending where white has slightly more active pieces. He has control of the b file at the moment. There's still a back rank issue that black has to take care of. So I think rook d8 is the move because rook b8 is not possible yet. So white also has to make some move to create luft for his king, h3 or so. And yeah, I mean, positions are equal. Like most top games end here in a draw, but from time to time we also see people winning this with white simply because they are slightly more active. I remember some game with Bonashi from white who won a really nice game there against a strong opponent. So it's not completely without danger, but of course white is not risking anything.
Yeah, for white it's okay. For black I don't really like this endgame.
Yeah, so I think a5 is a very decent option to just keep the tension, overprotecting the bishop on b4 and asking white what to do. So one point of this is if white plays now a3 and we see the same position as before, then the endgame is already totally fine for black because this inclusion of a5 and a3 usually favors black. The main reason being that after queen takes b2, bishop c6, we don't have to play rook b8, but we can go rook a6 instead. And I think I actually had a game like this in the online once, and had this like bull of black even, because now it's black who has the more active pieces. So that's the idea of this a5 move. So rook e1 is a good way for white just to go on, keep the tension, and now the bishop g4. The idea is that to provoke f3, which is will probably prove to be a weakness. If the bishop goes away, I'm not entirely sure what's the right square. If we go to e6 or to h5, what do you think?
e6.
e6 looks more stable, yeah. Only thing to worry is, of course, if now some quick e5, f4 could happen or not. It's probably also not a big drama. We have knight c5 and keep the light squares under control. Next move queen d7. Can take the knight, the bishop on d3. Should be decent.
Yeah.
But bishop h5 certainly also an option here.
Yes.
Instead, queen c1, rook e8 is the position in the game, yeah?
Yeah. I think it's better not to play f3.
Yes. Keep our king safe, and yeah, but still it's now not so easy for white how to continue. Which moves would improve the position? Easy to say. e5, knight d7, bishop g5. What about that? Let's take a look, huh? Do we move the queen away now to b8, or do we play?
Not sure yet.
f6 looks a bit weakening.
Yes.
So probably we move the queen away, and then I would like to put it to b8. And then let's ask white what to do. But maybe queen f4 now.
I like queen f4.
Yeah, so the queen on c1 has its strengths, right? Can enter the game quickly.
Yeah, it's interesting how quickly it comes to the game again.
This looks slightly dangerous for black now. Bishop
Yes, it
h5
does.
run to queen f5 with double attack, or bishop takes h7 first.
Yeah, it does. I like e5. I like your idea also with bishop g5 and activating the
Looks
queen
very
again.
challenging. Let's think of what other options are there. For black f6, looks very weakening. We take, this black has to take, on e1, we take with the queen, and we take with the knight on f6. Now the question is, does white have anything concrete or not? Because otherwise black might be doing all right. Okay, I like to move h3.
Yeah, I also wanted to mention h3.
Just to ask
And
the
now
where
bishop has
it's
to
going.
decide.
Yeah, if we would like to go to h5, but if the queen e6, bishop f7,
Yeah.
we drop
Yes.
e4 on.
Exactly. So bishop d7, what else?
Yeah, bishop d7 looks fine. And now, I guess if black were to move, he would move like queen f8, just keep f6 protected, and then rook e8 next, just to centralize all the pieces and consolidate the position.
And what about queen e5 now?
Yeah, queen e5 looks like the most active move, but I thought that black might go bishop d6 and immediately ask the queen what she wants to do.
Yeah.
There's only d4 square. The take on f6 would just take with the queen. Very happy with the pair of bishops. So queen d4 needs to be played. But then I think I would just go queen e7 with black, preventing rook e1, introducing rook e5, and blundering something. I assume knight takes d5. That's what I blundered.
I wanted to go to f8. But thank you that we can see this blunder.
Yes, thank you to the engine bar. We don't see the moves, of course, but we see when something goes entirely wrong. Yeah, queen f8 is then the correct move. And yeah, we have ideas like bishop c5, also f2 is a bit soft.
I like the bishop pair from black. And also the pawn structure, I mean it's double pawn, but it's controlling many squares.
Exactly, also in combination with this pawn on a5, this is quite nice that white doesn't manage to get a bind on the dark squares. I think black's position is quite harmonious. So actually f6 is probably just the way to continue here. Not to allow queen f4. Let's see what they do in the game. It could be possible follow-up.
Yes. Okay, so let's have a look at the other games before we miss anything. For example, here we have Jiner against Mariya, another Sicilian.
And the Rossolimo. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's interesting.
Do you know this line?
Not so well, I have to say. So, first of all, people started to play the Rossolimo nearly exclusively nowadays, simply because it's pretty hard for white to find ideas against the Sveshnikov. Goes like this. Introduced by Grandmaster Evgeny Sveshnikov, who popularized this line with black. At first, people thought that he is crazy, weakening his square d5 this much. But modern chess has shown that black can easily play around his weakness, has good squares for his pieces, and as long as he keeps the right minor pieces on the board that control the d5 square, he actually has nothing to fear. And lines are quite concrete, and it's not really easy for white to show anything. I think we had a game yesterday with Zhansaya playing with white.
Yes.
Also against Zhu, who is now playing with the white pieces. Zhu even won this game with black, so demonstrated quite well the potential of the black position.
We already saw a very nice Sveshnikov game yesterday.
I think bishop g5 was a continuation there.
Yes, bishop g5.
Yeah, it's not at all easy for white to come up with ideas here, so instead, to move bishop e5 basically avoids all of the theory, and we see completely different type of game, much more closed positions. We sometimes want to exchange with the bishop on c6, creating double pawns for black that are sometimes strong, sometimes bad. Like the pawn structures are very complex, not so easy for black to develop his pieces, so it's quite entertaining positions.
I tried Rossolimo once, actually.
With white, yeah?
Yeah, with white, yeah.
And
But
how
for
did it
me,
go?
I actually could draw against 2400, so for me it was a success, but in the end,
Sounds good.
I made a mistake in time trouble, like someone in the 50 move, 60 move, I'm not sure anymore, yeah. So for me the opening was fine, yeah, but I found it very complicated to understand what's going on.
Not at all easy to play. I have to say this as well. I also spent some time already trying to figure it out, but there are many details.
Yeah. So that's when I changed back to Alapin. It was more understandable for me.
Yeah, exactly. It's a good thing in this move order we can still play Alapin here if we want, so we don't necessarily have to do it on move 2. But bishop e5 two main directions are either e6, like in the game, or g6 to develop the bishop like this. Both are being played frequently, but in the last couple of months, I would say even, or half a year, I've seen more of a shift to e6. Especially Boris Gelfand is one of the adversaries of this line, one of the followers of this line, I want to say, who's playing this a lot with the black pieces. So a player like Gelfand plays this, it has to be sound. And short castle knight g7, and now bishop takes c6 is a curious decision. I don't recall ever really seeing this, but maybe I'm also not too much into the details of the position. What most people play at the moment is this move rook e1, and then after a6, we go all the way back with the bishop to f1, and then black is playing d5 to free the pieces, ed5, knight takes d5, d4, and the positions resemble a bit the Alapin. We have this with this open center and this 4 versus 3 pawn majority in the center, 3 versus 2 on the queen side. I think it goes with bishop d7, c4, knight f6, so on. And I think this is heavily analyzed at the moment, and people are trying to find something for white. But I mean, black should be doing fine.
Maybe that's why she was playing bishop takes c6, just to avoid this line, and maybe it's some kind of surprise. I don't know.
Yeah, it's certainly a way to get black out of the book. It's very special. I know there's also move d4, which is also popular. C takes d4, knight takes d4. Basically now white's plan is to play later c4 and get some kind of Marochi, but it's a strange version because the black knight is being developed to g6, giving black some counterplay on the dark squares. I think this is also a way for white to look to try to get a playable position, maybe hope for an advantage, but also black is very interesting counter-attacking chances here. So I'm wondering what exactly is the idea from playing bishop takes c6 immediately. I mean, first of all, I guess the idea is to discourage black from taking back with a pawn, so the knight takes, and now d4, if you compare it to the line I just showed, so we basically forced the black knight to go to c6 and avoided it from going to g6, so a bit of a different setup from black, and maybe if you don't know the follow-up of black, it's not so easy. What do you think? This is the position at the board, yeah?
Yeah.
Black is thinking already.
I like it with white. If black is not playing d5, then I would go for c4.
c4 next move.
Yes.
How do we develop here? Do we go bishop c5 or do we go bishop e7? Bishop c5 looks
Bishop c5, and
logical
then forcing white to do something.
Mm-hmm. Let's take a look at it after bishop c5. Now the question is, if we play knight b3, it's similar to some line in the Paehtz, or do we take on c6 and play queen g4?
Both looks very interesting. I'm not sure what to choose.
Yeah, let's have a look. Let's start by retreating the bishop, yeah?
Okay.
Yeah, retreating the knight, the bishop goes probably to, but maybe to b6. But this leaves the dark squares weak. I would go to e7. And now after queen g4, how do we protect it?
Can we castle and then play bishop f6 and
Bishop h6,
yes.
bishop f6, yeah. White doesn't have anything immediate, that was certainly fine. That seems alright to me. And if we just do some move like d4 now,
yes.
then I guess this is being totally alright for black. Let's continue with d6.
And can we play c4 without playing queen g4? Because on g4, I don't know.
Yeah, probably if we don't follow up with bishop h6 anyway, then the queen has no real role there. This looks more harmonious.
Yeah, knight c3 and
yeah, it's a very short castle, knight c3. How do we play with black? Do we go b6 immediately, or do we rather try to...
I'm not sure if we need d6. Okay, we can also play b6.
It's always hard for me to assess in these type of lines, because sometimes white might consider going knight b5, knight d6 to occupy the square, so with bishop f4.
I prefer this position with white, definitely. Having control on the center.
Have more space. And
yeah.
Okay, of course black has the pair of bishops, which he gave pretty voluntarily with white, but at the moment it's hard to see them ever going into action, yeah?
Something with b6.
Yeah. Okay, I would say let's wait for Mariya to show.
Yes,
which
show her
setup to
ideas.
And I guess there's still a game missing that we didn't look at, right? Or did we have?
Yeah, we still have a game, yes. And it's this one. So what happened here? So we have Humpy against Anna.
The Grünfeld.
Oh, nice.
Which Anna already played against Dinara.
Yes, and with h4.
h4. That's always good to for the commentators to see a move like this, because it can lead to some of the sharpest lines in the Grünfeld. But it looks like that didn't happen. c6 a very solid reaction. And now we are seeing some kind of Slav exchange, where the black bishop is developed to g7. Normally, we would get this by a more standard move order. With white, I would try to put the pawn to h3. Looks slightly more harmonious. But actually, the move h4, it's not so much of a downside. We're giving the square g4 for black, but apart from that, we're making a retreat square for the bishop in case he ever gets attacked with knight h5. Second of all, sometimes black has to watch out for some h5 moves. So, and this, like, white still wants to castle short here, so it's not at all about attacking anymore. We're playing a positional game, and the pawn being on h4 is not so much of a downside. And what's maybe worthwhile to mention is that in these Slav exchange structures that are very symmetrical, the bishop on g7 is not very well placed, because it's basically hitting on stone here against this pawn chain of d4, d4, e3, f4. Also, yeah, d4, e3, f4 chain. And the bishop on f4 is much more active on this diagonal, keeping many important squares under control. And white is slightly better normally, but this line is certainly fine for black. We saw the knight a5, queen a3, and bishop f5. Bishop b2, knight c4. Very concrete play there by Anna. And queen b3, queen b6. Is she still in her preparation? No, she spent already quite some time, yeah? So, not necessarily. Maybe we can have a look at this position. What are the options, since it's very concrete here?
Yes, it's very concrete.
So first of all, the question I asked myself is, what happens if we try to take some pawns here with white? Okay.
I also wanted to take on c4 maybe, and then...
Yeah, if we take on c4, then I guess black will just take back, and then in the end take on b2.
Take on b2. I don't like this one for white.
Probably just outright lost for white, because the rook is attacked, and at the same time rook c8 is coming next, picking up the knight. That's not an option. If we take on b6 and exchange the queens, then I assume black wants to take back with the knight?
Not sure. Because in the other line, if you go back, queen b6, and you take with the bishop on c4, pawn takes, and then take with the queen. So black can also have this position, you know.
That's true. This position white can force, but I think after giving up the bishop, black has nothing really to fear here. Can make some more moves trying to take this pawn, maybe with knight e5. I guess black plays rook fc8. And we could try going f3 with white.
This is interesting. It's hard to say for me who is better in this position. I like the center from white, but also black has good pawns on the queen side. And if they start moving...
Yeah, it's not at all easy. Just thinking right now how to follow up here. These pieces are somehow not really in the game. Maybe we can play something like knight e7.
Maybe not. Okay.
But on the other hand, maybe it's running into some g4 or e4.
Why can't we take and play knight d5 and then attacking 2 pawns?
That's of course not very nice. This I didn't see. Now we are probably losing an exchange because the pawn, because knight takes b6 is a threat, knight takes e7 is a threat, and if we play rook e8, we run into yet another fork.
Nice.
So this is not playable here. So what else can black do? What if we do something really concrete? Knight h5. Bishop goes to h2,
and now f6. Oh yeah.
Because the knight also doesn't have too many squares. Okay, we can go back to g4.
Although it's in the center, it's crazy.
And now all pieces are
all pieces,
misplaced.
Yes.
How do we play now? Because white's next move is knight f2, and then g4 is coming as a threat. So how do we get this knight back into the game?
Good question.
We can play bishop f8, making a square on g7. Knight f2. We can bring the knight back.
And one question, is it also an idea to play instead of bishop f8, bishop e6, and if knight f2 back, then f5?
To get the knight back like this,
and then knight f6, But I'm not sure because the e5 squares...
Of course, normally would prefer not to put the pawn there, since...
Yeah, only when the knight is moving to f2, not now, of course.
Yeah, let's see, knight f2, f5, yeah. I think it's certainly playable, since white's knights are right now quite far away from the e5 square. Still I have the feeling that white might be pressing here a little bit.
Yes.
Simply because these pawns are unfortunately not really moving. If you would ever get b5, b4, we would be happy with black, but like this, the knight at c3 is blocking it very well.
Okay, so maybe we go back with the bishop to d7. Yeah, like, yes?
Here to d7.
And now bishop d7.
But now we have to watch out for knight e5 again.
Oh yeah, no. Oh, now I'm making the mistake.
Yeah, this is unfortunately not possible. This knight e5 is really a threat. Actually, this ending is might be one of the critical paths to play this position. Maybe here we don't need to play rook c8, maybe we can immediately retreat the bishop to e6. Actually, this might be a better option. Because anyway, one wants to play f3 and attack it. Now we could also consider going e4 immediately. And yeah, what do you think about this position? So white wants to play d5 next move, which kicks the bishop away, but on the other hand gives strength to black's dark squared bishop. Play knight g4.
But don't we have the problem with d5 again? Knight d5
might
later.
have it, yeah, this is always in the air.
Yeah.
What could be a way here? But maybe not knight h5. Because okay, the knight can still go back to f3 now, as long as the pawn is not there. Also doesn't look clear to me. Maybe this might really be the direction for white. I mean, I can quickly think if there are any alternatives. First I was wondering if some moves like knight takes d5 is an option at all, but it doesn't feel like it should work. At least has to be considered. If black takes back, we take on c4 with the bishop. Black takes on f4.
I don't like it so much with the d pawn.
Yeah. We can maybe just take it.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a good
no,
idea for
I
white.
like the other line. When I saw this position the first time, I also was thinking about taking with the bishop on c4 and then taking the queen. I just wasn't sure how to calculate this position. Like, is it good for white or for black? But it seems that it's easier for white to play, right?
Yeah, I also had this feeling right now. Black certainly has to solve some concrete problems. What about the move short castle? Just bring another idea into the game. Simply to ask black what to do next. Because the pawn on b2 is not really hanging. Maybe you can think about taking it immediately, but then I might take the d5 pawn. Here with black I would strongly argue for playing rook to c8.
Yeah.
Not sure if this one or the
And
other
now
one.
you're threatening taking on b2 later. Maybe.
But here, I don't know, I still have the feeling white is pressing. What is it, for example, the move like knight a4? Okay, yeah.
Just one question before knight a4. Can we take maybe on d5 with the knight? Yeah, rook c8.
Yeah. Now you want to take there,
Take
yeah?
yeah, I'm not sure, but I'm thinking about it, yes.
We're exploiting that now, I weaken the f7 pawn, yeah? After knight takes d5. Bishop takes c4. Okay, I guess now I have to take here. AB. Knight f4, e4. I mean, black is a little bit under pressure, but should probably make a draw here somehow.
Yes.
But on the other hand, it's not so easy. Because the knight will have a good square on e5, white's pieces are very stable. Still not at all easy for black. His position looks like he's so active, but on the other hand, it's only the knight on c4 that is active. The other pieces are not so great.
And I just saw that she was playing castling here in this position.
Castle's on the board,
So,
yeah.
So we have this position we just discussed, yeah. Interesting. I would have liked to see the other line with bishop takes c4. It looks very interesting, but I understand that she didn't want to go for it.
Yeah, I still have the feeling black should be doing fine there somehow with these two bishops. Just needs to find some precise moves to get his counterplay organized.
Yes.
But yeah, this position, I mean, something like this can still happen, yeah. This type of structure. But yeah, first of all, now how does black continue? Maybe to put the other rook to c8, also an option. Very interesting. So it looks like we have many interesting games, yeah?
Yeah, and
All
I
of
think
them had
we still
special-
have one game left. Yeah. We
so
didn't
many
check
games
this.
didn't-
Yeah. It's a
didn't
lot,
feel like it
although
so
they are
much.
only 6 games, but still.
This game between Alina Kashlinskaya against Zhansaya Abdumalik. And what do we have here? Knight f3, knight f6, knight c3. So no Catalan, but instead we see c6. Okay, a semi-Slav. Now white can go either bishop g5 or e3. Bishop g5 is the more aggressive of the two options. And bishop e7. That's somewhat of a sideline. In the main direction here for black are either to take off in c4 immediately. It's the famous Botvinnik system. And the other line is to play h6, after which white can either take on f6 or play bishop h4, after which we get some very, very sharp lines where black is holding on to this pawn on c4, but weakens his whole king side. And yeah, these positions are totally insane, and you can spend a lot of time analyzing them. I think Siri considers them to be alright for black, but over the board it's very tough to play. Same, by the way, about d takes c4 here. The lines also get super sharp. You can also quickly show how this usually continues. Also, black tries to keep the pawn, and after e5 he will not lose a pin. Will not lose a piece due to the pin because he can still play h6 and g5. Then white sacrifices the knight on g5. And now here is either bishop e7 or knight e7. And then we get very double-edged positions. Bishop e7, g3, queen v6. It goes. There's tons of theory here, and yeah, I can understand Zhansaya that she didn't want to repeat all of this before the game, so she decided, okay, let's play a side lane bishop e7. Not so well explored. At the same time, sound. I think I've seen Magnus Carlsen play such lines a lot, also with black, simply to avoid the main theory and have a solid position. h6 makes sense to include castle, and now wait, black takes on c4, plays b5. So lines are a bit similar to a normal Miran, but there usually the bishop is on c1. Now it's more active on h4, which is certainly to white's benefit, but at the same time still not so easy for white to prevent black from freeing his pieces or her pieces with b4 c5.
And white taking now?
Yeah, taking on c5. So everything is about the c5 square. If black were to move, he would either play a6 or c5, or she would play b4 and c5. These are the two options. And with bishop f6, I guess the follow-up is to go knight e4, exactly. So the idea is just to exchange one of the pieces that are fighting for the c5 square, and now to exchange another one. And if black were to take here, bishop takes e4, then there's a pin, and c5 is not so easily played. On the other hand, if not, then the knight would go to c5, so this we cannot allow for sure. I think a normal follow-up would be take. And here with black, I would consider different moves. One idea is to play queen b6 in order to prepare c5 move. But now I would be a bit worried that maybe knight e5 comes again, with some introducing the famous forks. Instead, very concrete way to try to solve the problems would be to play f5. And if the bishop moves away, then to try to follow up with c5 now. Now the pawn
Is it possible?
Maybe just to play a6 first. Because for white it will be hard to prevent this now.
Queen b3.
Yes, queen b3. Now I'm
And then a4.
thinking if these positions of the queen d5, are they very bad? Probably they are. Let's take a look. Probably this ending is unpleasant. On the other hand, I'm not at all sure. Black has the pair of bishops. Okay, I would still take white here in this after taking on d5.
And now?
Don't even know how to take back.
Yeah, me also not.
Okay, so I would say cd. White has a knight on e5 that looks nice. And play this position with white, but it's at the same time also not so much. And my rooks might easily get exchanged on the c file, and then there's not much going on. Also, queen b3 is of course one very principled move. The other one would be to play a4 immediately. But here, so the question if you can even try to play c5 sometimes under pawn sacrifice, or to play maybe queen d5 now, centralizing the queen. But all of this is very, very strategically risky with black, of course. Weakening the structure like this with f5, leaving this weakness on e5. You have to have some clear follow-up in mind before you do that. So yeah, here we certainly understand the point of taking this, exchanging there on f6. Maybe we can try to compare it also what would happen if you play knight e4 immediately. But in this case, I think the benefit for black is that the queen immediately finds a nice square.
Yeah, and just looking on c5.
Yeah, now we can consider just to play knight f6 and then c5. Probably we're solving all our problems immediately. It's e5. Just like, we don't want to allow this exchange of
yeah, it's understandable.
pieces.
Bishop takes f6 is a great move, yeah.
So
I like it.
Do we have a move on the board? Knight takes c4 was played, yeah?
Yes.
We see bishop takes c4 now. Big question how it will continue. Yeah, okay. So very strategically quite exciting. I mean, this position, if black makes some precise moves, it could quickly fizzle out into being nothing. But if not, then white could develop a serious bind. And I think it all depends a lot on the next few moves about how this game will develop. Either we could see a quick draw here, or we could see a nice grinding game by white. I think the next moves will be crucial.
And Alina has a little bit more time. So probably she still knows something about this position.
Yeah, even so I expected to be a surprise for white, but apparently she was still well prepared. Very, very good. Alright, I think now we covered all the games. Maybe let's take the circle again.
yeah.
From the beginning, also curious
Look to
what happened in this Catalan game. I think we saw it before.
It's a long time ago. Oh, sorry. And here we are, of course. Dinara against Nana.
So d takes c4 happened. Queen takes c4. And a6. So black playing as usual. But of course now, if you compare it, now we already took back the pawn instead of after short castle, so white has a bit more options. Playing queen c2 back immediately. I think also the move bishop f4 exists. I think I played it once in the game. The idea of attacking the c7 pawn. Actually not really sure myself about the details of this position. I just know that this is another alternative trying to exploit the black move order, but queen c2 back also is sensible because we don't want to run into b5 with tempo. So black has to look now for other ways to continue the development. And she goes for b6.
b6.
Which is very interesting. So I assume the point is that after knight g5, black would simply play rook a7.
Rook a7?
Yes. We don't see it so rarely in the Catalan, this move.
Okay. For me this is new. It looks very crazy.
Just the knight on g5 is also misplaced. So after h6 it will just have to retreat. And black will already go c5 next move, and the rook will swing into the game via c7, providing counterplay. So actually we didn't really achieve much with this knight g5 move. If we would go knight to e5, then black could also consider playing knight d5 here. Sometimes also to sacrifice the exchange with queen takes d4. I don't think this will work here. But maybe just knight d5. And blocking the diagonal. I don't know, this b6. Interesting. What happened in the game? Bishop g5 we saw. Okay, bishop g5, I think. Wait, does it have a trap in? No, bishop e7, take knight g5. Yeah, I was thinking if this would be the continuation. Because it's a typical trick. With the pawn on a7, this would be winning, but like this, it's like alright for black because the rook has a square. Bishop e4 and f5. Bishop g2. Queen takes d4. Very concrete stuff we see here. It's like taking a pawn, but weakening the position in the meantime and keeping the queenside underdeveloped.
Very interesting.
How will we continue here?
Castling.
Castling just wants to be played, yeah? But we could, as an alternative, maybe queen b3 to consider it as the attack, but I don't know, I just want to castle.
Me too.
So
you haven't seen this before, someone, in your analysis?
I think this line Dinara took a look at herself. If she even repeated it, I don't know the details there, but I certainly I don't know much about this position. Or not, I don't know anything, to be honest. So let's see how this continues. Short castle on the board. We saw a move just happened. Yes.
No, it's knight c3. Yeah, why not?
Okay, let's try to understand what is going on here. So black, I assume, wants to play c5 next move. And with white, how do we develop now our compensation? Yeah, to put rook to d1.
Yes,
would be logical follow-up after knight c3. And this queen goes. Yeah, where does it go to? e5 runs into f4.
Yeah. But also f6 is not good.
f6 leaves the bishop out of the game, yeah?
Yeah.
How do we go? h4 or?
Not sure if f4 or h4, I don't know.
f4 followed by e5. e4 also an option.
Yeah.
So like the rook coming to d6, threatening rook takes e6. So also very much like let's just include some moves. I don't know. Let's just say f4 for now, just to shut this bishop completely out.
Yeah.
Bishop h6 and rook d6.
Yeah.
That's
I like this.
very concrete. We're threatening rook takes e6, followed by bishop d5, and we're threatening to take on b6. So nice double attack. And what can black do now? To me, the move rook d7 looks on first sight to be a critical option, just because now we prevented rook takes e6.
Can we take on b6?
Oops,
or
I can take on b6 now.
But now...
But that leaves the rook, of course,
Yeah.
active here.
The second
still the
rook.
knight doesn't play.
Bring, like doubling
rook
the
d8,
rook?
yeah?
Yes. Such an interesting position.
Okay, kind of want to play like bishop d5 now.
Oh.
Because black cannot take twice with the rook because the knight on b8 is hanging. And okay, probably rook d6 is necessary now. But I guess exchanging this one pair of rooks is certainly nice for white.
And where to go now? Which diagonal is better?
I wanted to put it on c4. I'm just right now trying to evaluate then the queen d4. Just hand putting it here.
I think I would go to f3 rather, just to protect my king a bit more.
Let's look at bishop.
But not sure. At least the engine likes it more.
Knight c6 maybe. But now we could also seriously consider just taking this knight.
Yeah, just take it.
Just take it and play against the bad bishop.
Yes. But after g6, and then the bishop will come back to the game.
But still, we have slightly better structure with white here. Black's king is also a bit more weak long term. This I like for white. I would say it's a bit better. So then actually this knight c3 might be clever to start with it. Just to prepare rook d1 immediately.
Very interesting. And in the game, queen c4 happened right now.
So time situation, how does it look like? So Dinara has a little bit more time, but both are very similar. Did the move happen after knight c3? Because it looks like the white time is running. Was queen c4 played?
Yeah, queen c4 was played, yes.
That's the step out of rook d1. Yeah, very sensible. So we basically figured out why c5 doesn't work, so
Yes.
now would have been the
And-
time to look for alternatives.
And the problem of c5 was also that b6 got very weak. And then it was possible to attack both e6 and b6. Okay, so what now? Time for castling or bringing a rook immediately?
Yeah, no. Again, I would simply castle.
Me too.
Let's follow up with it. Short castle.
And c5 now?
Somehow it looks a bit strange to this queen on c4. Like, we're taking away all the squares
Yeah.
like this.
And also e5 is never possible at the moment.
Can we develop light?
Knight c6.
Does it work? Somehow looks
Should
a
we
bit more
take
sound.
now?
But now I really don't want to give up my bishop.
And the knight is not becoming active.
Yeah, our knight has no perspectives. This bishop important for protecting the king.
Mhm.
The bishop is still in the game. No, I think this would be a big mistake to take on c6 now. I think we should look for alternatives. I thought maybe knight d4 is a threat. Let's try to be concrete first of all. If b3, then queen c5. Yes. We don't manage to chase the queen away. What else? What else? e3 is kind of a move we could consider playing. Just to prevent knight d4 from ever happening, also shutting out the bishop a little bit. It's still very, very curious because like spawn up, it is I don't see how this rook comes into the game.
Yeah.
Bishop is totally cutting it off over this diagonal, so can never really imagine rook a8, rook d8 from being an option. So probably always drop material just to queen b3.
And knight b4 now is.
Yeah, knight b4
working?
would also be a move I would look at with black. What I'm wondering is about also when we exchange queens with white. Sometimes for sure this could also be considered, but here maybe the queen, maybe to d1.
d1. And after rook d8.
Just wanted to have option just to maybe quick queen h5 or queen f3. But I'm not sure if the queen is so great there. But on the other hand, now rook d1 will be the next move, and black might get some issues on the back rank.
Yeah, the rook on a7 is a bit weird.
Yes, I kind of like this position with white. I mean, it looks rather solid, but of course you have to be careful to keep your compensation up. So knight c6 still looks like a next move from black. Does it make any difference if we start with rook d1 here? I have also one more funny idea, but probably it's no good. I was just thinking just to play queen b3 immediately. Just change the queens.
And
Just
knight b5.
Yeah, it's just to trap the rook. For example, black would play knight d7 and knight b5 would be decisive already due to the pin on the a file. The rook has no square. But unfortunately, black can simply play the move c6 here and bring the rook into the game. And
now
unfortunately,
it's not
our
good. Yeah.
threats are over.
But nice try. I like it.
Rook d1, then knight c6. Again, does it make a difference here?
We will also need. Oh, now we can't play e3 easily.
I'm also not sure how big of a threat knight e4 really is. If it's a castle. Because it's, I mean, e2 is protected.
Yeah.
The knight is not stable there.
And then we can play queen d3 after knight d4, yeah.
Then take and c5 to develop. I'm just thinking if there are any other options here, apart from castling, how to exploit this, but I don't see it. one more idea I have right now.
Mm-hmm.
It's like this idea with Queen b3. Does it make any idea to do it now?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because the knight
Because
is
the knight
hanging.
has to move and then knight b5 next. Stay knight e4. I wanted to do e3. Or I think e3, or should we protect this pawn on b3 or not? Lines are very concrete. After problem is after e3, knight b3, rook a3, there's knight d2 still with tempo.
And then knight c4.
Knight c4 also with tempo. No idea what's going on here. It's very concrete stuff. Mm-hmm.
So for sure it will be an interesting game. That
That
we can
for
say at the
sure already.
moment.
The opening was already very entertaining with this
Yes.
b6 followed by rook a7.
For me it's completely new. I never saw this before.
Yeah, I've seen ideas with rook a7, but not in this particular position, so also very, very thrilled to see this happening. Yeah, short castle, knight c6, rook to d1, or queen b3. Different options. Certainly something to calculate here with white.
Yes.
So I think we can go on for now and return maybe later to this game.
Yeah, so I think it's time for a break. But before we start with the break, maybe one question to you, because there was also some chat and they were asking, how do you feel when you have to comment on your wife's game?
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to treat it from a chess point of view, trying to be objective, of course, but within myself, I'm of course rooting for her and want her to do well, and I'm also quite nervous about the game, especially since it didn't go so well at the beginning. She played good games, especially the second round. It was very unfortunate, so I really hope her to have a nice game, that it goes well, and she fully arrives in the tournament. But I'm sure this will come eventually.
Yeah, we also hope for that. But she's a strong player, and especially in the second round, she showed what she is capable of. And yeah, so we will see. And last question before the break. So are you two doing a lot of chess at home, or how does it work?
Yeah, actually, we were spending quite a lot of time on chess together. We are sometimes sitting down, solving some exercises, or playing some blitz games here and there. Looking at some openings together. So certainly chess is a big part of our daily life, but also not everything.
Yeah, nice to hear. So thank you for this information. And I think now it's a good time for a short break. See you soon.
See you later.
Möchten Sie auf innovative Weise die Qualität Ihrer Entscheidungen verbessern, die besten Strategien der Schachgroßmeister nutzen, auch wenn Sie selbst vielleicht kein Schachspieler, keine Schachspielerin sind, sich vor schwerwiegenden Planungsfehlern schützen, Ihre Intuition bestmöglich in Ihren Planungs- und Entscheidungsprozess einfließen lassen? Oder suchen Sie einfach einen inspirierenden Keynote-Vortrag für Ihre nächste Veranstaltung? Dann haben Sie viel gemeinsam mit Unternehmen wie Lufthansa Cargo, wie BMW, wie E.ON oder der Bayerischen Staatskanzlei. Überall dort konnte ich schon in Form von Vorträgen oder Workshops die wichtigsten Konzepte und Ideen unseres Strategiemodells Königsplan vermitteln. Hat Sie das neugierig gemacht? Dann freue ich mich auf Ihre Anfrage. Viele Informationen sind auch auf unserer Homepage www.königsplan.com zu finden. Kinder in sozialen Brennpunkten haben es besonders schwer. Sie müssen oft sowohl mit sprachlichen als auch häuslichen Problemen kämpfen. Wenn vielen von ihnen keine erfolgreiche schulische Karriere gelingt und sie später beruflich abgehängt sind, wird das zu einem großen gesellschaftlichen Problem und birgt enorme Gefahren für uns alle. Wir glauben, dass unser Schachtraining nach allen Erfahrungen der letzten 15 Jahre mit bis zu 10.000 geförderten Grundschulkindern ein wunderbares und innovatives Mittel ist, um hier gegenzusteuern. Unser Königsplan für Kinder fördert auf spielerische Weise. Die Kinder lernen, sich besser zu konzentrieren, sie werden kreativer und sie erleben, wie man vielfältige Probleme flexibel löst. All dies ist kein theoretischer Stoff, sondern wirkt sich unmittelbar positiv auf die schulische Entwicklung aus. Vor allem zeigen wir diesen Kindern, dass wir an sie glauben und geben ihnen damit den Glauben an sich selbst. Und das ist die allerwichtigste Gabe für ihre weitere Entwicklung. Um all dies fortzusetzen, benötigen wir Ihre Unterstützung. Mit 150 € können Sie ein Grundschulkind über ein ganzes Jahr hinweg fördern. Unsere Personalkosten werden von unserem Stiftungsgründer Roman Kulich getragen, sodass Ihre Spende voll und ganz in diese wichtigen Projekte fließt. Dafür im Namen der Münchner Schachstiftung und natürlich unserer Schachkinder ein ganz großes Dankeschön an Sie.
Welcome back. Yeah, someone
Hello.
asked that Stefan looks a lot younger today. Yeah, the thing is, Stefan is unfortunately sick, so here I have Denis Wagner, Grandmaster from Germany, on my side, and he is commenting with me today. So, young Stefan,
Yeah, I would
what
say.
can we see in the games?
Let's jump right into one of the very exciting games, which we didn't look at for a while. It's between the leader Alexandra Kosteniuk and one of her challengers, Zhongyi from China. And we already saw this very curious opening. It started like a accelerated Sicilian, then turned into an Alpine, and then turned into something completely offbeat. I think here was the moment we stopped, and now Tan played the move bishop g4. Also very logical. Developing this bishop, fighting for the center. And now she played after shot castle queen b6 to ask the bishop where does he want to go. Yeah, I would expect to move like, I don't know, a4 or bishop takes c6 here, but instead Alexandra chose a very interesting decision and went for c4 here.
I didn't expect this at all.
Me neither, mainly also because I'm wondering what exactly is the threat from this move, yeah, because the pawn is still needed to protect the bishop, so we don't want to play cd immediately, but I guess knight c3 is the idea. Yeah, to get the knight to d5. If black would close the position with d4 here, then I guess this bishop would be quite strong. If we play something like h3, then yeah, already taking on f3 doesn't look nice, giving up all the white squares. So, okay, instead, Tan decided to mix it up completely and played long castle. And yeah, now it's absolutely sharp position on the board. And now Alexandra decided to take on c6 after, well, if we would play knight c3 here, what would be the follow-up? E5
Knight
is hanging. Yes?
Yeah.
Just the pawn is hanging and we have no time to take on d5 because if the rook takes d5, takes d5, queen takes b5, the bishop is gone. So the c4 pawn is still overloaded. Instead, it was necessary to take on c6 to get rid of this knight. Queen takes c6 and h3 was played. Now the bishop went away. Bishop e6. If instead the bishop would take on f3, then we would take back, and here we would have a chance to see a very curious pawn structure, which unfortunately is not very, very nice for black. After I play knight a3, when I will pick up one of the triple pawn, and then I will just be strategically much better with white. The pawn going out, pawn going to b3, bishop going out to a3, and everything is under pressure. So of course this did not happen. Instead, bishop e6 was played. Black relying on the pair of bishops. Knight g5 was played in dc. Anyway, we see knight takes e6, queen takes e6, rook e1. So white is playing pawn down and playing without development. I have to say, on first sight, looks to me like the opening went pretty wrong for Alexandra with white. I mean, I don't really see a good way for her to get out the bishop and from c1. Probably b3 has to be played. It's the only way, but still, it's a long way till the pieces reach the game. And now, black has a very central setup with this rook on d8, knight coming to d4. This bishop can go out easily on h6, putting pressure on d2. I have to say this doesn't look good for the tournament leader.
No, not at all. So what was the mistake? Probably c4 was really a bit weird.
Yeah, it was at least a very double-edged decision from her. Also, I would say from the tournament perspective, she's the clear leader. Maybe she did not need to play such a offbeat line. Would have been, I don't know. I wouldn't see a problem with just playing here e5 and d4. I think these positions are quite safe for white. Easy play. In this position, I mean, everything can really happen. This is just so non-standard. Yeah, probably objectively a c4 has to be criticized, but I don't find it easy at all to make decisions here. And you can take on c6, looks like a normal move, play h3. All goes on, but c4 is probably not the right direction. Especially since she was forced to give up the bishop anyway. So yeah, now she has this position and needs to find a way to get back into the game.
Phew.
So it's black's move now, yeah? The bishop a3.
Mm-hmm.
How do we continue? Bishop takes c5 is the intention. I assume. How do we
B6?
protect this? b6, but it weakens the king, yeah? Like somewhere queen f3 might come. Normally I would like to avoid it if possible. But on the other hand, I also don't have a good suggestion yet. Maybe we can think about just sacrificing it. This is for one idea, or what about a move like, I don't know, queen d5? But it loses the tempo to b takes c4. No, this looks wrong. This looks wrong. How do we do this? What happens if someone wants to sacrifice a pawn, but let's say we just play king b8. How does white play now? Take on c5, I assume, is critical, and now I want to do something against the king. I was thinking about some queen d5, knight h4, or simply finish the development. This is also an option. Just play bishop h6.
Yes, and now knight c3 is not possible.
Mm-hmm. How would white now continue? I guess queen c2 looks like a normal move.
Rook c8. And bring in the other rook to d8.
Yeah, I like this move, very good. Yeah, this is unpleasant to face now, what to do with the bishop. Probably queen c2 was a step in the wrong direction then. Maybe I have to put the queen somewhere else.
On e2.
g4.
g4.
Or e2. What is the situation with the pawns, by the way, right now? Looks like at the moment it's all equal material-wise. Just with black, I guess I never want to take on b3 because I bring the rook into the game.
Again, rook c8 and rook d8.
Possibly, yes, just to...
Or
just
also
wanted to get somewhere on rook d4, but...
Rook d5? Is this also an option?
Rook d5, queen c4, rook c8 is possible, yeah. Looks good, yeah. Where does the bishop even go?
Yeah, also e5 is hanging.
E5.
Okay, yeah, if you go here, then it's not really hanging.
But
or it is hanging, yeah.
Be hanging,
it's
but
still
also
hanging.
would be scared of rook d4, or this cannot work for white. This looks really dangerous. Well, I like this idea just to give this pawn.
Yeah.
Don't know which is the best move order. You could also play bishop h6 immediately. It seems like a position where you have to play dynamically because
Yeah.
yeah, the kings are on opposite sides. So yeah, playing a move like b6 I think is maybe not what we want, and yeah, this pawn on c5 is also not so important. The bishop on c5 is vulnerable. Let's see what she does here. What's the time situation? We have 49 minutes for Alexandra, yeah. So she's not far behind, but was a move played already?
I think so. Yeah, the blade b6.
b6.
Okay.
It's possible,
yeah,
of
b6.
course. Now, what was my worry? I said I didn't like
Queen
sometimes
f3.
Queen f3 comes. Let's see if I do it immediately.
It also looks very good for black.
Do we play king b8 or do we, I mean, also want to consider going into the end game with such a nice pawn structure?
You mean queen d5?
Yes. Take,
Yes,
take,
why not?
take on c4. I mean, then we are oh, we're not a pawn down, yeah?
But it looks beautiful for black. Yeah.
So I thought we would be a pawn down, but
And then rook
we're
d3.
not. I mean, this looks gorgeous.
Yeah.
Such a position. I mean, only
Cool.
chance for white is to give up this pawn and develop. But we don't even need to take there. Just play bishop h6 or something. This looks really
Yes. I
not
like it
nice.
with black. Poor. I really don't know how Alexandra will survive this game, but miracles can happen.
Is there something better that we can do here? Maybe let's start with knight c3, then this runs again into bishop h6, then we have knight e4. This is then after all a better way for white to play. Let's play these moves. Dark, dark. And now c3. What about c3?
Yes, I was also thinking about c3.
It's a very tempting move.
Yeah.
Exploiting the fact that if the d pawn cannot take because of the pin, and here we will see
Yeah.
bishop takes d2.
c3 is completely winning.
devastation.
Or is there
Um,
still d3 maybe? But it looks horrible for black. For white, I mean.
Thinking if we can come up with any tricks here.
Bishop c1.
But yeah, bishop c1 is too sad to play.
Yeah.
Yeah, this looks very, very difficult.
Oh, what do you want to do else? Yeah. Nothing, yeah.
Yeah, maybe b6 was just a good move after all. Just not giving white any hopes, locking out the bishop, and then being ready to have the queen f3 simply to exchange the queens and take the nice ending. And knight c3, bishop h6 is also very unpleasant. Strong play by Tan. I'll see how this game develops. Maybe let's move on for now.
Yes.
And return later, but we can conclude for now that white's position looks very suspicious.
Yeah,
This is
maybe
our
we
Scotch.
take a look on this game.
So where did we leave it off? It was after rook e8, right? And we were considering the implications of e5 here. Knight e7 and bishop g5.
And then f6.
f6 was our intention, right?
Yes.
We were saying that black was doing quite fine at a stable position. But instead the game took a completely different turn after ed5. Rooks got exchanged in cd5, so now we're getting this typical structure for the line where black has one more pawn in the center, but has more pawn islands, 3 pawn islands against 2, so the structure is a little bit worse, you can say. This type of pawn structure I also see a lot of times in the Petrov opening with reversed colors. Yeah, it's very, very two-sided. Because on one hand it gives you the central advantage, on the other hand it's in the endgame could be a bit vulnerable. So a3 was played, bishop went all the way back to f8, not running into any ideas like bishop d6, knight b5. So went back, white played bishop f4 and c6. This is obviously the most stable move. You can also consider playing c5, but then you always have to worry a bit that this pawn might become weak. I don't know if the bishop goes to e5 or to g5. And anyway, we don't really want to advance the pawns further because everything leaves weaknesses behind. Here we have the c4 square, otherwise the d4 square. So then it's better just to keep the pawns back and see how it goes on, and then push the pawns only in the later stage of the game. It's queen d2. It's interesting. I was also considering maybe to play it a bit more actively with queen e5 here. To follow up with rook e1 to prevent bishop d6. Maybe she didn't like the option of rook a7, rook e7 here to, to bring the rook over again over the square.
Again, rook a7. Yeah.
Yes. So instead, queen d2 and knight d7, knight a4. And this is the position currently on the board. Elisabeth playing with white against Harika with black. What do you think? Who do you like? Which position?
I'm not sure yet. I need to think a little bit. With black, I would like to play c5.
c5 now. Now that the knight left and
Yeah, I
the
think
pawn
so.
vulnerable. After c5, I'm wondering, do you have an answer ready on bishop b5? Looks like one way to ask questions.
Also with bishop c6, yeah? Okay,
Yeah,
I
bishop
see.
c6 is one of the points.
Yes.
And also to take on d7 maybe. But at the moment still bishop d7. But
It's a good question. Does knight b6 work?
after knight b6, I think I can take and take, yeah. You should go with the knight to f6 rather.
Yeah, and
Because your rook is
yeah,
here.
yeah, yeah, rook
And after
d8.
rook d8, queen c6, I have.
It's not enough compensation? Yeah, okay.
I
Doesn't
think not,
look like.
because you have the d2 square under control and your pawns are still weak. I think this is not enough compensation.
Okay.
If you play knight f6 instead, then I would consider with white going something like bishop e5 or bishop g5. Let's go to g5, yeah.
G5.
Not allowing any knight e4 jumps. To me it feels like white is putting the pressure, but
Yeah, maybe c5 is too early.
b6. Oh, it's still not so bad, but at the moment I think Preg has to solve some problems. I mean, c5 is certainly an option. Just the question is also what else. I'm finding it a bit hard right now for black to come up with a good way to set up the pieces.
Yes.
I would like to get the rooks to e8.
Queen f6
Yeah,
and
queen.
bishop d6, something like that. I want to exchange this bishop.
You always have to worry. For example, you can easily lose your queen here. After bishop g5, you're unfortunately running out of squares, and queen d4 runs into bishop takes h7. So
h6 before.
yeah, h6 you need to do. But then like this is a way to play, of course. Still somehow I'm preferring white a bit. This a5 pawn is now always under attack, so you cannot easily move your rook. What do we do? Let's say h3. Bishop goes, I guess, to e6, or do you want to try to exchange?
If I want to exchange, then I can immediately go to f5, right?
True. That's a good point.
Yeah, I think I want to exchange.
Yeah, no, why not? Just forgot this move is possible.
Yeah, I like queen f6 with the idea of exchanging some bishops.
Yeah, I agree. It looks like a harmonious plan. At least better. I mean, the knight we cannot move away at the moment. It leaves too many squares unoccupied. The knight a4 is targeting right now, so I like queen f6 too, or to start with h6. That's probably the best idea for black. Let's see, do we have an update? Bishop
Yeah,
e6
bishop
was
e6.
played instead.
Okay.
Okay, I mean, bishop was not doing much on g4, but on e6 it's just trying to stabilize the position.
And maybe now planning to play c5.
Certainly. Yeah, what do you think white will play now? Put the rook somewhere in the center. Rook d1, rook e1.
rather on d1 to put some pressure on the d pawn.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Let's look at it, rook d1. Somewhere white can also consider going c4, but it's still too early for that.
Does c5 work now?
Yeah, you can play c5, just you have to still, I'm thinking
Or maybe I need h6 before?
that you don't have this bishop g5 ideas, you mean?
Yes.
I'm also wondering if we go bishop b5 again, another plan for white would be to play bishop b2, f3, also putting pressure. Let's make some more moves, let's say h6, bishop f3, knight f6, but now I guess we have bishop e5, which is the other way to attack the knight. Yeah, it's still, I would say still a bit risky with the c5.
And white played queen e3 in
White-
this game.
White played queen e3 instead.
Yes.
Okay,
I was also thinking shortly about this move.
so main idea is just to activate the queen, I guess, but okay, if c5, I would assume bishop b5 again. Yeah, I mean, rook d1 can still come later, so just it's a very, very solid position, many options for both sides, not so, it's just a matter of taste, I think, which way you go.
Yes. Okay, so check other
Let's move
games.
on, yeah.
Yes.
Here we were curious to see which setup Mariya would choose after this idea of bishop takes c6 early on in the opening from Jiner. And d6 was played here. So no bishop c5, bishop e7, just d6 right away. c4 and bishop going to e7.
And
question after
taking now.
Bishop
Okay.
d7. What is knight db5 an option? Or is it not dangerous? How would you defend the pawn?
In worst case, queen b8.
Yes, I thought queen b8, bishop f4.
And now,
Because e5 you really don't want to play.
yes.
And unfortunately knight e5 doesn't work because of the pin. What are we missing here?
Or can we play knight e5 and if white is taking, then bishop takes b5?
Like this. Takes,
I
but
don't really like this position.
don't we allow bishop takes g7 here? I think this is not no good news for black here.
No.
So this intermediate move. If we should take, then it would be nice, but this probably doesn't work. Just thinking if we have any other tactics here, but quickly thinking like a6. The idea knight takes d6, e5. And if bishop takes d6, this is probably just bad, unfortunately. Because even if you play rook d8, there's c5 coming up, the knight is stable. This doesn't work. And if you play rook d8 immediately,
Bishop takes.
takes. It's also just a pawn,
And queen takes.
Am I too pessimistic about this position after e5? Maybe this is simply the reason, yeah? a6, knight a3. Yeah, this position is not so bad because the knight a3 is also misplaced.
Yeah, that's the way to play.
I guess so. Somehow they were not so optimistic about this position with white, so instead we saw taking on c6, queen d2, just playing it solid with white, exchanging these bishops. Always a good idea to halve the bishop pair. Both players centralizing their pieces, I have to say, like this very much with white. So we have this nice Marochi bind. The knight is actually stronger than the bishop on c6. This is not doing anything. The knight is very stable, preventing all the breaks on d5, preventing breaks on b5. The pawn on d6 is a permanent target. For now, black has it protected, but on the other hand, there are no real moves.
Yeah. The problem is there is no counterplay, like in a typical Marochi.
Exactly. And now white can think if black plays a6 to prepare b5, we always go a4, not to allow it. And white has now all the time in the world, can try to improve the position, make slow moves, can play rook d3, b3, rook d2. Sometimes try to shift the play onto the king side, maybe try to gain space there, and black can only sit and wait. So I would say very unpleasant position for Mariya Muzychuk here.
Yes.
But it will certainly be a long game. There's also no direct breakthrough or anything, just a
still very unpleasant.
Yeah, I would also not be happy with black. It's a lot of suffering included.
Okay, move on to some other games. Okay, we discussed this a lot, so I think we move on. And for example, look at this game, because look at the time.
Oh, black.
Humpy has more than 40, is it already 50 minutes more than Anna Muzychuk?
Oh. Yes, it's
okay, that's insane.
Where did she spend all the time after short castle?
Yeah, let's take a look.
Yeah, let's go to the game. Let me reload this. Knight takes b2 was played after short castle. I mean, this is a move which you don't play easily, so I guess already quite some chunk of her time was invested for this one.
Yes, we can see here the bars on the right, so she
yeah.
spent a lot of time here, but she also spent a lot of time for the next two moves.
Okay, so first of all, knight e5 was the answer here. It's a very nice move just to prevent the knight from moving back into the game. And when we looked at it, we were only thinking, I guess, about move knight takes d5 here, which is also a valid option, just to take back the pawn immediately. But okay, there are lot of stuff going on here. Move like knight d3 you have to take into account, knight coming back via b4, attacking this bishop. It would be a completely different direction, but knight e5 instead is...
I like knight e5.
Just to say, okay, the knight is stranded on b2. Now rook c8 was the move she played, and rook c1.
Rook c1.
Humpy playing it in a very controlled way.
Yeah. It's very interesting that she's not taking the pawn back, but just activating her pieces.
Yeah, I mean, just playing against this knight on b2, which has no way to get back into the game. Especially bad it would be after the queens are exchanged, because now this pawn takes all the squares. And this knight on from e5 is also very strong, covering d3. Highly unpleasant for black, and you really have to be careful not to lose here immediately. So I guess that explains her decision to give back the pawn with knight c4.
But still I like the white position. All pieces are activated.
Yeah, I mean, if we just take here, we have the central advantage. If you look at the position like this bishop on c4 is nice, putting pressure on f7. It looks like some kind of Grünfeld structure, but not a nice one for black, because this pawn chain d4, e3 is very, very solid. This bishop can go to e5, or can also stay there. There are ideas with knight b5 in the position. Black has no counterplay.
So probably taking on b2 was not the best idea, or what? I guess it
was a mistake then, yeah. Maybe it was a step in the wrong direction. Should have played. Okay, maybe rook c8, rook a8. Well, I'm not sure, of course, if at the beginning it was all the best way she could do. Maybe there were more precise ways. Playing this line myself with black, it should normally be alright. Maybe to play rook c8 first. I mean, there are many details in the move orders. It's really hard to keep track of all the details there. So maybe there was some slip. This maybe queen b6 move. For example, here, if the knight would go back to a5, then would we go to b4 with white, I assume. Also can be considered now rook c8. Yeah, like I said, many details to be figured out here, but here certainly something went wrong.
Yes.
This position doesn't look nice.
And also with the time, phew, only 22 minutes left, and I think they are on move 15 now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Not good signs for Anna.
Good preparation by
Yes, great
Humpy.
preparation. And also a good choice not to take back the pawn immediately, but do activate the pieces, because then it's very difficult to decide for black what to do. And yeah, that's where she spent all the time. So what do you think? Not good cards for Anna, right?
Yes, especially with this time situation, this is making me worry.
Mm-hmm.
And if this wouldn't be like this, I would say, okay, she's worse, but game goes on like this is, of course, a lot of pressure.
Okay, so move on to the next game.
Let's move on, yeah. So here we also looked at this position after taking on e4, yeah, and we were evaluating different options like f5 immediately, trying to free the bishop to go c5. This is actually what happened in the game. The bishop went to not to d3 but to c2 instead.
And why?
I guess the idea was to put it to b3 in order to target the e6 pawn. But on the other hand, it immediately lost c5, so I'd also been surprised to see this. D takes c5. Also interesting, no queens were exchanged yet. Bishop b3 and queen e7. 94. Rook f6. This looks a little bit suspicious for black, I have to say.
Rook f6.
That's the position on the board now.
Mm-hmm.
This bishop on b3 is okay. If black has some more time to play moves like king h7 to consolidate, then everything should be alright. But like this, somehow it feels like something could be in the air. With this pin on the diagonal, knight to e6. I think this is a nice position where you can try to calculate a bit the options. Maybe we can start by looking at what are possible candidate moves here for white. Okay, we should mention there's a pawn hanging on b5, but somehow it's not.
Bishop a6.
Yeah, it's not so tempting to take it. The music is playing over here, these pawn chains, so I'd be more tempted to look at options like queen h5 or all kinds of sacrifices on e6. But so far, I don't see how they work.
And queen e2, attacking the pawn and making some space for the rook on f1.
But then I would rather go to d3, right? Such that
Okay, yeah.
we also threaten potentially on f5.
Yeah, let's go to d3.
Let's look at this. First of all, does black ever has any threats with rook g6, or is it just misplacing the rook? We will simply go f3.
What else than f3?
Yeah.
F3.
Yeah,
but this is
not
fine.
really an option.
No?
Yeah, no, I don't see how black continues. Yeah, okay, let's make some more concrete moves, but probably it will just fizzle out, and then at some point all black's pawns will be lost. I have to say I don't like this position. Giving up the bishop is of course also not nice. Yeah, I'm slightly struggling to play moves here. What if we move the king away? Let's go to h8. Then we simply pick up the pawn, or?
Why not? I give it a try.
Let's go for it.
E5?
an option?
If it's working. But
I
I
would
think
be
it
worried
does.
about 96.
Yeah.
too many bishops are hanging here.
Mm-hmm. Unstable position for black. The pieces are not so good coordinated.
Okay, let's continue rook g6.
Okay.
Because f3, bishop e3, yeah. So looks ugly, but let's go for g3. I think black is losing material here,
Mm-hmm.
and we're too far away from actually threatening something.
It feels like, yeah.
Yeah, queen d3 looks like a good move. I like it. And any other options here? Just taking on f6, d4 would normally be a move, but with this rook on f6 being so much out of the game, I find it hard to imagine this is playable. Here it's unclear. I could even consider ed,
Mm-hmm.
just to have the...
Yeah, I
element
also
of
wanted to
pressure.
take with the pawn. No, but I like it with white.
Yeah, certainly under pressure. Yeah, I would play with white here.
I agree with you.
Bishop pair is normally nice, but there are just too many weaknesses here. And I don't see much of the concrete counterplay. I don't know what went wrong for black, but
You hear something when she took?
maybe here you can be more...
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you should change the queens.
Yeah. That was I was thinking
Only
about.
would be very happy to get the queens off the board. Should be 3, and here king f7 is running into rook d7, so
Mm-hmm.
it's not possible, but instead do rook e8. Looks like
Rook
all is
d7.
under control. Rook d7 you can play. First of all, what about bishop c6? So not possible to keep the rook active.
Mm.
Maybe there's
Can
some
I-
tricks, yeah?
Yeah. I just wanted to play rook d2 and rook dc2.
Like
Putting
this.
pressure on the c-line, because also e6 is a problem. Yeah,
This
c
might
file
be
is
unpleasant, yeah? Not really in time to protect everything.
Mm.
We have to go bishop e4 to prevent rook c2.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I can understand why you didn't go for this with black, but maybe it's somehow holding together.
Can I play knight d4 now?
Yeah, 94, I guess I have to take it.
Then I take the rook.
Ah.
And then bishop takes e6
Right.
check.
You are right.
That was my idea.
Yeah, highly unpleasant. King f7.
f3? Or, yeah,
Yeah,
take,
F3
maybe.
first.
Yeah,
With F3
I'm
you
not
can
so
never
sure
take,
about
yeah.
f3. Yeah. Yeah, just take.
Yeah, why not?
It's nice. Knight d6, I'm dreaming of.
Yeah, like you will play bishop b4. You just go back. You pawn up. Certainly better for white. Yeah, then it's not so easy to say where exactly white went wrong, but I have the feeling this position should be more or less playable still. What about taking with the rook? Bishop b3. Just wondering if now we can play some bishop on d5 or something like that to limit the damage. Still, endgames will be unpleasant, but
Taking everything and going for this endgame.
yeah, I still would prefer white, but
Yes.
okay, certainly some problems to solve here for Zhansaya, but still nothing is clear. Maybe we check
Yes.
another game.
There are still a lot of interesting games left.
Let's take a look at the game from Dinara, like there was.
Okay, yeah, of course.
The queen
Just for
c4.
you. Queen c4.
Yes, I'm very curious how she continued here.
Castling. Like we
Castling,
wanted
like
to.
we said, knight c6. This was also how we predicted. Now rook to d1.
Okay, and here we were also thinking about e3.
Exactly, e3, but then we said also maybe knight e4 is not really so much of a threat.
And queen e3. Yeah, we had this line.
Queen d3 is position on the board. I think quite a logical follow-up. Now, I mean, I don't even understand what Black is thinking. Is there any other alternatives than to take? I don't think so. Take, and c5, yeah? But
No, e3. Yeah.
e3. Two moves, knight c2, knight b5. Okay, knight b5 looks more logical.
Yes, b5.
Takes, rook d6.
And getting a pawn back.
Getting a pawn back and maybe keeping some slight initiative. So this is opposite-colored bishop. Annex always like this kind of pawn formation with pawns on e3, f2, because the white king will be super safe on g2, and the pawns are restricting the black bishop. And especially if this pawn e6 falls, then the white one will be quite dangerous.
Yeah. No,
Maybe
I like the game from Dinara. I think
Black
she played well.
consider playing here king f7, rook b6, and then
b4.
b4 is not the move I want to
b4
make, but I
then.
was thinking now bishop f1. Bring the bishop to c4. Very inviting square. This is certainly unpleasant.
Bishop f6. And you still go for bishop c4 then?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Can I take on b2? c3, yeah. And now you take.
Now I'm starting some checks. Where do you put your rook? You can go to e7. Blunder alert. Ah, that's nice. Check.
Yeah.
Check. I'm losing the rook on f8. Yeah, this is, of
Not
course, you wouldn't
easy.
go for something like this from afar. Maybe there's some move that keeps everything together, hoping that there's no discovered check. But this looks very dubious. Yeah, I would like to avoid playing b4. Rook 8, unfortunately not possible. Yeah, this I like here. Some pressure. Just look from the beginning if there are any alternatives. Maybe c5 is not really forced. I mean, why should we weaken ourselves like this? Probably knight b5 is a much better move.
It looks better than c5.
Mm-hmm.
c5 again weakened the b6 pawn, and again there was this problem with b6 and e6 at the same time.
You're right. Knight b5 looks more harmonious. What's the follow-up?
Rook d1. I don't really want to take on
You
b5.
don't want to take, yeah, but on the other hand, do we want to allow knight takes c3?
Why not? Is it a problem?
Oh, not a really problem.
But if I immediately take on b5, then I still have some problems with my rook on e1 and the
Yeah.
e2 pawn.
That's true. That's true. So rook d7. Okay. Okay, I like rook d1. Why not? I mean, somehow Black has to get the bishop back into game, the rook back into the game. Yeah.
Mhm.
And the only
Yeah.
way to do that is to play c5.
Yeah. And now I want to take the knight and then play a3. Or just still
Thinking
wait.
if we should keep the
Okay,
knights on the board.
that's a
just to
good
keep
idea
this
for
one.
black, yes.
On the other hand, now bringing the freedom of the rook into the very far future, yeah, because I don't see any ideas how to
This
get it
rook on
back.
a7.
And if here, if you take, let's say we take now here, how do we take back rook? Or
I want to
Pawn.
take with the rook, but maybe you have some bad ideas. No, I can take because there is no c5.
c5 is the rook d6, yeah?
And then I play rook c6, yeah.
I just
Mm,
was thinking
c5
maybe after
is-
c5, like rook d6, it's a good idea for black to play now rook d8.
Ah. Okay.
Because if I can force white into playing bishop f1 passively, that's certainly an improvement.
Mm-hmm.
It shouldn't be so bad. Not sure if I need to be so passive, but I can do it. Rook d8 is important.
And after rook d8, rook d3. Is this
Yeah.
possible?
I guess that's better just to keep the active pieces, yeah, but after already one pair of rooks is exchanged, I think these endings should be...
Draw?
Yeah, I mean, white is probably pushing a bit, but it should not be
Mhm.
not be so dramatic. It's now after king f7. Obviously I would still play this with white, but it should be holdable. Yeah. That's a possible follow-up actually. But BC is also a move. Let's see, we have an update in
And
the game,
I
yeah?
think she played c5 now. Yeah. c5 was played.
c5 on the board, yeah?
Okay, but we like this after e3.
Yeah, oops. f3 we don't like. e3. Knight c2, does this make it anyhow better?
No.
Not really, yeah?
No, I like the other line with knight b5.
Yeah, at least we opened the rook.
Mm-hmm.
Because we kind of have to take it to get the axis. Rook d6. Yeah, I still like this with white, some pressure.
And it's easier to play for white, right?
Mm-hmm, certainly. I mean, the moves are flowing more easily, but black has some decisions to make. Which pawns to give up. How to trade rooks.
Yes. So you're satisfied?
Yeah, I'm quite satisfied so far. I hope game continues in this direction. Mm.
Okay, so then move on
Yeah, let's
to other
do
games.
another game. So here we'll probably see some ending like this.
Yeah, for example, this here. What happened?
Oh,
b4.
wow. Now it's getting really sharp.
But probably the best chance to do something.
Yes, to spice it up a bit. I mean, all the alternatives we looked at were not convincing either.
Mm.
So b4, I think we have to take with black. Take. Queen c6 played. Why queen c6?
Queen
Why not
c6.
bishop h6? Somehow I want to develop my pieces and prevent knight c3.
Mm.
Yeah.
I don't really understand queen c6.
I guess knight a3 is the idea from white. Now we at least open here the c file. This pawn on c4 is weaker than the one on c5 was, so I really like this idea.
Yeah, the idea of b4 is nice from white.
Good practical chance.
Yeah.
Oh, like this now, so not so clear. What could we do? King b8. Rook c1. Rook c8.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, some different moves to consider. I wanted to say I like queen a4. Just wondering if now queen c6. Maybe we go knight b5 or we go for the ending. That's the question. This I like because of queen c6, knight b5. At least some hopes here. At least I would be scared with black allow something like a5, bishop takes a5. Okay, I understand why she didn't play bishop h6, but queen c6. What's the idea of the knight a3? The rook to d4. This looks artificial slightly. Is the idea knight h4? There's no queen g4? Or what is the idea? The knight c2, she played rook.
I don't know, but this is helping just white, right?
Yeah, it looks like black lost a lot of time. Okay, let's continue from here. This is current position on the board, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Black is still ahead of time in the time, but the position became less clear in my opinion. What about this? Want to prepare knight b4.
Knight b4 you want to play, okay. So it's not knight e3.
Okay, first of all, there's this blind option to consider. I was a bit scared
Taking
to
on
rook
d2?
d2 and queen g4.
At least there is fire on board.
Mm-hmm. That's most
Exciting
certainly
to
a
comment.
really exciting game. I like it a lot. Here, what else? If bishop to d2, then we could still go knight b4, right? And if takes. Oh, what is happening here? Take.
Taking the bishop? Oh, what is your idea here?
Probably no real idea. I don't know. I can also consider taking here, but maybe also better to play king d7 than king b7.
I don't believe in white's position here.
Me neither. Bishop e7 is still a fun idea, but the other alternative I would have was just to play bishop c3. How do you parry knight b4? As ugly as it looks, but maybe a5 is an option you should take seriously. Because for now not so easy to attack b6 pawn.
Mm-hmm.
And the rook d3 is really strong, so if we can manage to keep it there, it would be certainly an achievement. And also, what does white play now? Rook b1. I don't know how to continue there. What's the threat? I like this for black. So you should go for the c4 pawn again. So my queen g4, knight a3 or so, but
Yeah, I wanted to go somewhere with my queen. I like queen g4.
let's continue a bit from here. Oof, many options to consider. I would like to put my king to a safe square. Let's play king b7. If you go rook b1 now, which not
Yeah.
logical.
So why did you go to b7 and not e7?
Not where? Not.
a7.
But the king was in c8, so.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Have to go first there.
Yeah.
So maybe it was now with rook b1. Like maybe go king a6. Put it even there. For some reason I see a big jump here in the bar. I don't know why rook b1 is supposed to be a blunder. Not quite evident to me. Just take that pawn on d2.
Yes. Take this pawn.
And then preventing bishop a5 at the same time, and no counterplay. What else should white do then here? Move like knight e3. Looks interesting. Strangely enough, finds the position stabilized, yeah? With bishop on c3, now knight on e3. Like, it looked much more harmonious than before when the pieces were in c1 and b1. And since black cannot really attack on the king side, and white will play rook b1 and will long term have the better king.
Yeah. I didn't really understand the move rook d4.
I think it
Because
turned
it was helping the knight.
I mean, she wanted to distract the knight from the c4 pawn, but at the same time also helping her to improve it. What else? But bishop c3 looks... We can also consider playing queen g4 immediately.
Ah, she played queen g4.
Yeah. It's understandable. I mean, maybe the bishop has better squares than c3. Also e7 is now hanging. Yeah, this is much more direct. Okay. What can black do now? Taking on d2 is not an option. It is to take a knight b4. I still want to put my king out of harm's way. Like king b7.
Knight e3?
Yeah.
Okay, it seems there is something better.
Yeah, just maybe there's no rook d4 again. No really good square. Maybe here something clever.
Starting with bishop c3 again. And protecting
option,
d4
yeah.
square and then playing knight e3.
Right now I was just thinking of some rook e4 or some strange moves. But bishop c3 looks solid enough. Covering d4 and then preparing knight e3 if black prevents knight b4. So I'm starting to like white's position for some reason. That is because the white is still safer king. Still think the black should be doing fine, but his position looks quite difficult to play.
Very difficult.
Her position.
Yeah, so it will be very exciting. maybe we move on and then check later what
Yeah, but
happened.
we should certainly keep a close eye on this game.
Yeah,
It's the most-
definitely.
Certainly the most entertaining one
Yes, it is.
from the type of position we got. Oh, do we have some developments here?
Okay. Yeah, so what happened?
Okay, we saw it here. Queen e3, then g6 was played.
Mm-hmm.
Rook e1, c5. g6 just had the idea just to, make some luft for the king, keep h7 under protection. Makes sense. c5, b3. This a3, b3 combination doesn't look so nice, of course, but okay, prevents c4. Here we saw repetition.
Okay. So they are thinking about draw or keep on playing.
Draw certainly on the table. Let's see, what are the options to continue the fight? What about bishop b7, then rook a7 again? Doing confusing things with my bishop. But show what I gain from that. Queen here. The bishop comes back. Maybe I managed to actually confuse black's coordination a little bit like this. I would seriously consider to play on here with white. White's position looks easier to play.
Mm. And what do you think? Do you think she will make it draw or keep on playing?
Okay, time situation is of course 20 minutes
Not
down. It's
so
not really
well, yeah.
I think she will keep playing, but
I also think so.
also possible just to play bishop back to f1, not running any c4 and just ask black, okay, make a move.
Okay.
That's possible. Wait, where did the bishop come from here? Yeah, bishop down. And also if she plays bishop b5, is it already threefold? Let's see.
I think 1, 2.
No, it would
No,
be only
it's
second time.
the second time.
So she can also play bishop b5 and after rook c8 look for something else.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the black rook is actually quite nicely placed on the c5, so if I have a choice, I
Then
think I would
bishop
prepare this
b7.
position.
Yeah.
Because now it's hard for black to coordinate, to bring the rook nicely into the game. So this bishop on c6, as strange as it looks, it's putting quite some pressure. Okay, at some point white should also start making some move here for it to secure the back rank, and if the queen goes away, you can. Okay, the most normal move is h3, that's for sure.
And she moved with the bishop to b5.
Okay, she went to b5 again. Okay, rook c8 will be played immediately. I think there's no point for
I
black
think
to
she
keep
is
playing.
going for a draw now. Because
She's
she's
looking at
checking, yeah.
At the score sheet, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a clear indicator. Or it's just wants to double check, not to.
No, I think she decided to make a draw. I don't know. The way she's sitting, I believe that she is looking forward to a draw.
Okay, we should see it any moment. Getting up.
Yes.
Okay, that would be then the first result of the day.
Yes. So do you
What can we
also
say about
expect a draw?
Now everything's looking this way, yeah. But I still think white's position is slightly more playable.
Yeah, I think if white would like to keep on playing, then I would go for bishop b7 and not the bishop b5 line.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But for me, it really looked like Elisabeth is going for the draw when I saw her on the video.
That's also an understandable decision.
Yes.
It's a long tournament. There's so many rounds to play. Every round you play against strong opponents, so saving some energy also doesn't.
And they were making a move.
Doesn't hurt. Yeah.
And
okay.
yeah,
We see the
it's
result.
draw.
I think both players will be happy with this.
Okay, of course they need to check because it's not 30 moves yet, but yeah.
Yeah, okay. First result of the game. Had some scotch. I mean, sometimes in these opening games can be really dull, but I wouldn't say this was the case. It was quite lively game.
Mm-hmm.
Strategically quite complex, many options for both sides, but I think Elisabeth played it quite nicely, got some pressure.
Mm-hmm.
But there's no like immediate breakthrough, so just
Yeah.
probably some slight pull, but it's okay.
Yeah. And the arbiters, of
Result.
course, agreed now after checking. Yeah, because we have the 30 moves rule, so no draw before the 30 moves. But of course, if it's 3-time repetition, then the arbiter has no chance. He has to accept. But of course, he has to check before. That's what happened right now and what you saw in the video. But now we have the first result, and it's a draw.
Very good. Very well
Mhm.
done. Then
Yeah.
I guess let's move on to the remaining games.
Yes.
Oh, the Orochi bind turned quite a bit, but doesn't look like it turned to the better for black. Let's see. So here we stopped, yeah?
Yes. Queen g3, yes.
H6, yeah. H4, grabbing some space, very logical. A4, B3, F5. Okay, black didn't want to wait anymore, I decided.
Mm-hmm.
Let's spice it up a bit. But on the other hand, this move, of course, weakens all the dark squares. And also quite risky. E5, very good decision. I think you don't want to play EF, allowing the opening of the G file, because then the bishop will come to life together with the rooks. E5 takes. So now the rook go off the boards. And what can we say? Which is certainly better.
The knight looks much better than the bishop. I mean, not at the moment, but it will be.
Yes.
Somewhere on d4.
Exactly. You will play knight e3, knight c2, knight e4, and then the bishop will be passive on d7, the knight will stand here. And also white can later always play f3, so there are never problems with the g2 pawns, and this bishop will be a really bad piece throughout the game, this is for sure. Let's also point out that black cannot take on h4, because this would leave the 7th rank unprotected and allow this check, picking up the bishop.
Mm-hmm.
So how do we play this with black? This is really unpleasant that you're always bound to protect all your pawns, so you cannot easily activate your queen.
And the poor bishop.
Yeah, I have to say this position looks very bad for black.
Yeah, it does.
I mean, taking the rooks off is maybe some relief, but on the other hand, it makes the position also not less sad, let's say it, put it like this. Still very passive, a lot suffering.
Mm-hmm. What about bringing the king to f7 and then protecting the e6?
Yeah, this is something you can try to do, but then of course you also have to consider somewhere the queen penetrating via h8. Okay, let's say I go knight e3, play king f7.
Yeah, I don't like this position at all. Just only idea I had so far.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, but knight c2.
Yeah, knight
also
c2.
nice. Queen h8 is not threatening so much. Queen f8 would then come.
Mm-hmm. Exactly, at the moment, yeah.
I think at some point we would even be fine to exchange queens if we already have an active king or so and could take the dark squares, then all these endings might be winning as well, but for now I would certainly keep the queens on. So that's it.
Oh, it's so beautiful for white.
Queen and knight are usually a better combination than queen and bishop, especially when the king is weak, which is the case. Yeah, it's no fun to play this with black, but okay, you have to bite on your teeth and try to
keep on fighting.
Keep on fighting and put some resistance.
And in this tournament we had many surprises, like we thought that this position is completely lost, and then suddenly there was some beautiful defense. So always keep on fighting.
It's really hard to choose a setup.
Yeah, really, I have no ideas what to do with this bishop.
Just on every square it's bad.
I just want to sacrifice some pawns to gain some space.
Maybe to put it here. Such that now we're actually threatening to take an h4. I think that's a good move. If white would play queen c7 and we would move the bishop again. No worries. No, this I like.
Mm-hmm.
Because now white has to also make a decision.
So you agree that black should bring the king to f7?
Yeah, just if you would play immediately bishop d7, then after queen c7 we cannot unpin so easily.
Mm.
This is what I was worried about.
Oh, and I think she also played it in the game, if I see it correctly. So
Let's refresh.
Yes. Oh no, she took on h4. Oh? No, I saw something wrong. Sorry.
Yeah, no, king g8, knight c.
So
Knight went to c3, curiously. King
c3 and wants to go
I guess
where?
via e2.
Yeah, okay.
Starts to also have the option additionally to go to f4.
Yeah.
I think that's the point also. I would still argue for bishop d7. It's just not such an easy decision for white. How do you protect the pawn? Because you don't really want to play g3.
Yeah.
Then you give the bishop some hope. Also, you don't want to move your queen away. But
It's not so easy as it looks.
Maybe it's a good idea for white to play queen b8 now.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah. Very interesting. And we will come back to this game later, but for the moment we will have a short break and see you later.
Right, see you later.
Kinder in sozialen Brennpunkten haben es besonders schwer. Sie müssen oft sowohl mit sprachlichen als auch häuslichen Problemen kämpfen. Wenn vielen von ihnen keine erfolgreiche schulische Karriere gelingt und sie später beruflich abgehängt sind, wird das zu einem großen gesellschaftlichen Problem und birgt enorme Gefahren für uns alle. Wir glauben, dass unser Schachtraining nach allen Erfahrungen der letzten 15 Jahre mit bis zu 10.000 geförderten Grundschulkindern ein wunderbares und innovatives Mittel ist, um hier gegenzusteuern. Unser Königsplan für Kinder fördert auf spielerische Weise. Die Kinder lernen, sich besser zu konzentrieren, sie werden kreativer und sie erleben, wie man vielfältige Probleme flexibel löst. All dies ist kein theoretischer Stoff, sondern wirkt sich unmittelbar positiv auf die schulische Entwicklung aus. Vor allem zeigen wir diesen Kindern, dass wir an sie glauben und geben ihnen damit den Glauben an sich selbst. Und das ist die allerwichtigste Gabe für ihre weitere Entwicklung. Um all dies fortzusetzen, benötigen wir Ihre Unterstützung. Mit 150 € können Sie ein Grundschulkind über ein ganzes Jahr hinweg fördern. Unsere Personalkosten werden von unserem Stiftungsgründer Roman Kulich getragen, sodass Ihre Spende voll und ganz in diese wichtigen Projekte fließt. Dafür im Namen der Münchner Schachstiftung und natürlich unserer Schachkinder ein ganz großes Dankeschön an Sie. Möchten Sie auf innovative Weise die Qualität Ihrer Entscheidungen verbessern, die besten Strategien der Schachgroßmeister nutzen, auch wenn Sie selbst vielleicht kein Schachspieler, keine Schachspielerin sind, sich vor schwerwiegenden Planungsfehlern schützen, Ihre Intuition bestmöglich in Ihren Planungs- und Entscheidungsprozess einfließen lassen? Oder suchen Sie einfach einen inspirierenden Keynote-Vortrag für Ihre nächste Veranstaltung? Dann haben Sie viel gemeinsam mit Unternehmen wie Lufthansa Cargo, wie BMW, wie E.ON oder der Bayerischen Staatskanzlei. Überall dort konnte ich schon in Form von Vorträgen oder Workshops die wichtigsten Konzepte und Ideen unseres Strategiemodells Königsplan vermitteln. Hat Sie das neugierig gemacht? Dann freue ich mich auf Ihre Anfrage. Viele Informationen sind auch auf unserer Homepage www.königsplan.com zu finden.
Welcome back. And as you can see, I have a new Stefan next to me. He has many different looks. No joke. I'm very happy to introduce a new Grandmaster here, Pavel Tregubov. And for those ones of you that don't know him, he is actually the husband from Alexandra Kosteniuk. So welcome.
Hello, everybody. Thank you, Veronika, for introducing. Hello. And let's see what's going on. So, which game will we start with? Okay, this one, the game of Alexandra. Okay, I think White is struggling objectively, but position remains very complicated, right? But this is not the position at the moment.
No,
right?
no, not at the moment. Yeah, we can go there. Yeah. So what happened was bishop h6, queen g4, and now rook e4. Yes, b5.
b5. I thought that a4 should be played automatically, but okay. Alexandra opted for rook b1 first. Okay, rook c8 was the last move, I think. And anyway, a4 should be played. I guess so. Anyway, I mean, White need to open something on the queen side. And now maybe it's not that clear already. a4, let's say. For some reason, our computer does like a4, right? But maybe it's not. Oh, I think that a6 was forced,
Yes.
more or less. And now, okay, I don't know. We can capture for just bishop c3, or some other tricks like bishop takes e7 are possible. Bishop e7, I don't know, but okay, bishop c3 is the simplest. Maybe bishop c3 threatening knight b4 or knight a3. I mean, both are quite unpleasant, so maybe it's not that clear already. Very original opening play for both players, and especially for White. But I think, yeah, somehow I feel like Black should have been fine, and maybe she's still fine. I don't know. So, what was a4 play? No.
No, it's just analysis.
Just analysis,
So
no,
what do you think about this game? Did Black miss something somewhere? Because we thought Black has a nice position.
Yes, Black played very natural move, but maybe she was not precise. I don't know. Somehow I didn't like this rook d4.
Yeah. Same for us, yes.
Yeah, seemed a bit. It seems like d4 square is destined for the knight, not for the rook. But anyway, yeah, the position is too complicated, so we need to look very profoundly to understand what's going on. Okay, Black's king is not 100% safe, so this is the only counterplay for White in this position. Otherwise, strategically, of course, Black is doing fine. I mean, d2 pawn is delayed, and Black is just pawn up. But okay, some I would call them mythical chances on the queen side. I mean, it's hard to believe that White has something really serious. But okay, Black should be careful. And Tan played quite a natural move. Or maybe apart this one. Yeah, rook d4 somehow I did like so much.
Yes.
But the other moves are very natural. But somehow White managed to consolidate. Bishop c3 is already played, right?
Yes. Yeah. So this is the
okay,
position.
Knight s3 is a threat as far as I can understand, and knight b4. Okay, there are two threats. Bishop takes d2 fails to knight b4, right?
I think so.
Or maybe it's not that simple. For example, rook queen goes somewhere. Let's
okay,
imagine
we can
whatever.
check.
Yeah.
So take.
Whatever. Yeah, for any move. I don't know. For example, queen d7. Okay, let's say. And White can, maybe White can just capture on d3. Yeah, okay. Takes, yes. Bishop takes c3, and I don't know, rook c4. Yeah,
yeah.
Rook c4 seems to be possible. Yeah, because mate is coming. Yeah,
yes.
Rook c4, rook take. Okay, rook takes. But queen cannot take because of rook takes b5, and c8 is hanging. No, sorry. Okay, let us check. Queen takes d3 instead.
Oh, it's
no,
instead of
right now. Instead of rook takes
right.
c4,
Yes,
queen takes
queen
d3,
takes.
rook takes b5, king a6. I cannot see mate right away. I don't know, maybe rook takes c3 is good enough.
I think so.
But then... yeah, maybe there is no check.
Yeah,
No check, yeah, rook takes
just take
c3
yes.
maybe, yeah?
And then queen a4.
Queen a4, and if queen takes b5, rook takes c8, right?
Yes. Okay, this looks
Something
great.
like this, maybe, yeah. Okay, but it's still very tricky, yeah?
And here, just for the spectators, so rook takes c4,
Queen takes
and
c4,
queen takes c4, and yeah, of course there's a pin, and also white is threatening to go to c5.
Yes, and b5 is hanging, everything is hanging. So here, yeah, it
So
is.
taking on d2, I don't think this is a good idea.
But what to do, on the other hand? What to do? Because white has two threads. Okay, maybe rook takes d2 is not that bad. What about rook takes
Right
d2?
now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Rook takes d2. Well, I guess bishop
And
takes.
Why not moving with the knight?
Also, yeah?
Yes. Immediately.
Yeah, keeping c4 pawn under control, yeah, for the moment.
Yeah.
And this red
Threatening
was,
here and here.
I agree, yeah.
I think this is lost for black.
Very good idea. So I don't know, so black should find a good move now. Oh, maybe not that easy, yeah?
No, it's really not easy. It's interesting how this whole game developed. So first we thought it's not easy to play for white, but now suddenly it's not easy to play for black.
Well, because white somehow managed to exploit black's king's position, yeah?
Yes.
And rook is not well placed. It's always under attack, so rook d4 was probably not such a great idea. Okay, let's see what, because something interesting is happening in Koneru and a Muzychuk game.
Go to this game because we just checked and it was very interesting. So see what happened here. So it was knight c4, take.
Yeah, and here Anna surprised me with this bishop e6. I don't know if it's good or not, but I would take on e6 immediately. I mean, maybe it's not that bad for black, but anyway, it seems like white should take. But Koneru played even more, even in more ambitious way. She went knight b5, and Anna, I think she didn't spend much time. She went knight d5 here, and then knight takes a7 and rook takes a7. Rook takes a7, forced, and here we are, right?
Yes, take.
Yeah, and here I was thinking, yes, rook a1, yes. That move I liked a lot. The point is that if white takes on f4, then b5 is coming.
Yeah, so have a look.
And white is doing great, I think. That was Anna's idea, I think. Not great, computer disagree, but maybe not that bad, at least, because black will take back the piece on c4, d4 is hanging, and well, at least position is very unclear. But yeah, Humpy found the better way to proceed, I think.
Yes, rook c1.
Yeah. Now what to do?
Yeah, she played knight d5.
Already, yeah?
Yes. I mean, what else?
What else? If bishop takes it on c4, it would just improve white's pawn structure. So yeah, knight d5 looks like the best option. And then what happened? Rook a1, rook 8. No, just taking b7. So okay, white has a couple of pawns, and her rooks are very active. And bishop g7 at the moment is out of play. Knight d5 is pinned, so white has a considerable advantage.
Yes. And Anna only has 1 minute left.
Oh,
Also important
it's
information.
even worse.
So 1 minute against 36 minutes. Not easy.
So I didn't follow from the very beginning very attentively this game, but it seems like Black didn't manage to equalize,
Yeah,
right?
there were some
The opening.
problems. Like earlier, we can go back. And yeah, we weren't sure about this line, but somehow we didn't like this so much with Queen B6.
Mm-hmm.
Because now just castling was a very great move.
Mm-hmm.
And then she took, and yeah, Humpy just didn't take the pawn on d5. She just improved her pieces here.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not easy to play for black.
Yeah, so d5 is still hanging.
Yes. And Anna spent a lot of time.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and that's how we reached this position. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I
far,
see.
until this point, we had it in our analysis. But bishop e6, of course, we didn't expect.
Mm-hmm. It came as a surprise.
Yes.
Like for me, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so this is how it happened. Maybe there is something better here for black.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe here, yeah. Anna somehow overestimated that position. She thought that she will take the piece back and she will be fine, but actually she's not really and what about knight f4? Knight f4. Knight
Yeah,
can
knight
take on
takes on
c8,
c8 and then also check on e7.
Mm-hmm.
Phew.
No, not easy. Not easy at all. Huh?
Maybe someone later take on d4 with the bishop. I'm not sure if it's possible. Someone sacrificing.
Nice idea.
Yes.
Okay, but if pawn takes,
Yeah, I think black has to give the exchange.
yeah, and take on f4, right?
Yes.
But then still it would be more or
Yeah.
less the same. Rook goes somewhere,
Mhm.
yeah, rook a1, like.
I don't know, but the ancient says it's okay, so there
Yeah,
must be
yeah,
something.
yeah. Thought maybe black should just need to move the rook, like rook d8, for
okay.
example, yes. And then she's still threatening knight xf4. For example, knight b5, knight xf4. Okay, but bishop
Just
can go
bishop,
somewhere. Yeah, bishop goes
g3.
somewhere. Yeah.
Okay, this is good.
No,
So what
this
else?
This is not the move then. No, it's not easy at all, and especially in time travel. I mean, this is not
Yeah.
the kind of position I would like to play.
No.
Yeah. So, and a knight e7 is definitely an error. Maybe knight e7. Maybe rook takes e7 is not that bad. Eh?
Yeah, I was also thinking about this and then playing.
No, but computer doesn't like it.
Yeah. And then I thought maybe taking here.
No, but
Yeah, it's also not the move.
yeah, okay. We can imagine if we cannot find it, and with computer, I mean, indicating black is everything is okay for black, but I mean over the board it's just impossible to find the right way.
I was also thinking about taking and then b5, but it seems that it's not
Yeah,
good enough. Yeah.
Yeah, b5. I was thinking just about bishop g3, for example.
Oh.
Bishop g3.
Okay.
Yeah. And somehow I didn't like it too much.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, black should take on c4, but b takes c4, and somehow I mean it's scary.
Yes.
Because now white has very, very good pawn structure, and this pawn will advance. And rooks are very active, so I mean, but somehow, I mean, computer says it's not that bad, yeah?
I think this must be the line the computer is mentioning. At least he thinks it's still equal.
No, but it's hard to believe. Maybe
I also don't believe it,
maybe it is not just strong enough. No, maybe not. It doesn't go for the moment to
Yes.
to require depth to understand this position correctly. So it's very hard to believe. I think white is much better.
But I guess this is the line the computer is
Yeah,
mentioning.
probably. That probably then maybe it's just
Okay.
it's just bad for black already.
Okay, so see what happened. Okay. Yeah. And we have this position. Not easy for black, and also no time left for black, so not good chances for Anna in this game.
Yeah, Humpy should be considering even e4, I think. It's not the only move. She's not, I mean... But she can also just go for she can also just try to exchange rooks, like rook ab5 or rook ba7. But then Anna will probably try to avoid it, playing king g7.
So
Okay, black is in trouble, yeah. But
Yeah.
okay, let's see what
see some other games, yeah?
yeah. Another games.
Because there's always a lot happening. Yeah, for example, here, we haven't been here for a very long time. So yeah, we had this, and queen e7, rook f6, and that's where we ended the last time, after rook f6, and yeah, knight e2. That's not what we expected, actually.
That transferring knight to f4, yeah.
We were thinking, yeah.
Was scared by rook g6 threat, but yeah, but the engine is not. What about queen h5 here?
We were also thinking about this move, but
Okay, threatening
somehow
knight.
we wanted to play queen d3, but yeah, we were also thinking
my
about
idea
this.
is preventing rook
Yes,
g6
yes.
and also attacking f5 pawn, yeah? And if
Yes.
king goes to h7, but then maybe there are some tricks with the knight takes e6, I'm not sure, but knight e6, rook takes e6, queen takes, rook g6, yeah? Queen takes f5, rook
yeah,
g6.
f5 first, yes.
No. Okay, maybe bishop c2 is good enough.
Yeah.
Maybe white is not worse. Rook c6 is possible, yes. Rook c6, bishop e4, I don't know. Okay, it's a bit complicated.
Yeah.
It's not bishop f7 can be played instead, yeah? If rook c6, then rook takes e5. So maybe queen f6 is a move, but then I take twice on g6, and white is not worse at all. I mean, maybe better, because in this endgame I would take white definitely. So yeah, queen h5 is an interesting option, but maybe not the only one. But what Alina played was maybe not that bad, yeah, transferring knight to f4. Okay, and queen c3.
Okay.
Heading to e5.
Yeah, but now e5.
Yeah, knight
And knight
d5.
e5, take.
No. Okay, now we... f4 should be played. No, it was not.
No, she played b4.
b4 first. Okay, e5 is hanging. Sorry. Yeah.
So it was b4. Okay.
What about queen takes e5? Why it is not possible?
That's what it happened in the game. I don't
It
know.
happened in the game, yeah, queen takes.
But what else to play for black here? I mean,
But
two
maybe
pawns are
f4 then.
hanging.
f4.
f4? Yeah, this looks interesting.
If rook takes e5, then let's move queen somewhere. Okay, let's say... d6.
Okay. I was also thinking about this. maybe
d7
going-
maybe, yeah, maybe you're right.
I'm not sure. Where do you want to go?
Okay, yeah, d7,
d7? Okay.
I agree, yeah. And That's not obvious.
Also protecting
I-
this pony.
Yeah, I would be scared with white.
Yeah, me too. So what to do with white here? It's not easy.
Okay, I guess computer would be just cold-blooded playing just h3, something h3. Okay, let's try h3.
H3.
Yeah, just
Okay.
giving a square to the king and preventing queen g4 eventually. F takes. Ah, maybe f3 now.
Oh yeah. No, not.
Not
Oh.
obvious for me. Why not?
G4?
Rook d1 probably first.
First
Kicking
rook d1.
the
Okay.
queen from the diagonal first, and then
Mhm. Oh yeah, there's no space for the
no,
queen.
no,
Yeah.
no.
Okay. It's not working.
But maybe h3 is not that bad. But
Hmm.
for some reason, computer doesn't like it. What to do? No, f take. Then if it's not f3, then it should be
And
capture.
now rook g6.
Yeah, why not? Try. Okay, still very unclear. I mean, this
Oh.
e3 pawn is.
Okay, they ended the game just right now.
Oh, what happened?
I think it's a draw. Okay, so
Okay, let's see.
go back. So b4,
Queen takes.
take.
That was the idea behind b4. Yeah.
Okay.
Rook f1. Yes. Not h3. Ah, no, h3. Sorry, rook takes and bishop f2 in the end. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so rook e2. Okay, and here they agreed.
Drawers agreed. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That objectively it should be drawish, but maybe.
Interesting end for this game. I actually expected more. Like I thought that there would happen a lot, but okay.
It seemed to be very complicated
Yes,
at some point. Yeah.
yeah.
But then somehow simplifications came and.
Okay, so the second draw for today. But still, of course, there are many games left, so have a look.
Okay, let's go to the next one.
So yeah,
Humpy
here.
is still thinking here. Ah, no. Okay,
Knight
she went
c3.
g3. Knight c3, yes. No, okay, what to do? Even capture on a6 looks.
Yes. Is this a good idea? I would take here.
Another option is rook a6.
And then threatening to take here. Okay.
Yes, because if you would take first rook a6, then black would have king f7.
Okay, and rook a6.
This is my point.
Bishop c8, you have rook b8 or a8.
Yeah, rook goes somewhere.
Okay, yeah.
But maybe rook bishop d5 then. Bishop d5.
Okay, that's what I would play, bishop d5 here.
Okay, but then maybe it's not such a great idea. What
And
else?
what happens if we take?
No, white is still clearly better.
I would just take this bishop.
Well, the pawn should start running at some point. I mean, maybe
Yes.
rook c5 should be included first, or just b4 immediately. Why not b4? And white should win somehow, just advancing the pawn, because bishop f6 is cut completely off the game for the moment. So the only chance to get him back is playing e5, but then e7 would be weak, and at the moment it's not so clear how black can even push e5.
Yeah, interesting. I think it will still take a time until something happens here. So yeah, let's go to
But
this
it looks
game.
also very drawish, right?
So we were here, e3. Yeah, just like we were analyzing before, rook d6. Yeah, exactly. Okay, rook b8. take. Yeah. Okay. It's our
Oh, so,
analysis.
what, it was not possible, yeah, to capture on b2. What was wrong with capturing on b2? Oh, instead of king f8.
Yeah. Sorry.
Simply rook b1. Sorry, rook b1 and a2 is yeah, a2 is never hanging because of bishop d5.
Yeah. For example, here. And this is not possible. Or and then rook e1.
But then mate, rook e8 mate.
Okay.
So that is the reason. So black went.
Yeah, just to show it quickly for the
Sure,
spectators.
yes.
Okay, so taking, then
Bishop d5,
bishop d5
rook
and
a1
rook a1.
and rook e8.
But now, checkmate. Yes, this is nice. Okay, so this is not such a good idea. After rook b1, if we need to go back somewhere. And now just
b5,
take here. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So understandable. That's why she played king f8, a3, and now take. Rook b1.
And massive exchanges are coming, I think.
And here it's not possible.
No, it is maybe. Okay, it's still
Take
rook
again.
takes b5. If rook a6, then bishop f1. And black cannot save b6 pawn. And then rook takes.
Yeah,
b4,
then take, and this is not a good idea, of course. Yeah.
Otherwise, rook b3 is the next move, and then white will simply capture.
Yes.
b6.
Okay, so bishop f6 happened. Take and bishop d. That was the idea from bishop f6.
Okay, now at least a3 is hanging, so maybe some little. Okay, but what about rook a5, e5, sorry, or rook c6, threatening c5 pawn? For example, rook c6.
Yes. I like this. And now we want to take here.
Bishop c7 probably, but then a4, for example.
Yeah, this should be draw this game.
Should be draw, yeah. Should be draw.
Okay, good. Then let's have a look at this interesting game and see what happened here.
Oh, a5.
a5. But this is completely winning now.
But I think I'm black.
I don't understand
what was
a5.
What was her?
What happens now after knight a3? This is the position of the game right now. And I don't really understand a5. I mean,
it's like mouse sleep, yeah?
Yes.
She was supposed to play a6.
Wow, crazy.
Maybe she just forgot about. Maybe she was only thinking about a4, you know, and somehow, I mean, just completely forgot about knight a3.
Yeah, maybe she was thinking about a4 and knight b4 and yeah, but now it's completely lost. Computer says even +6, so and I also don't see any way for black to survive here.
The point is that both pawns are hanging, and b4. I mean, b4. White has
Only
a very nice
chance,
choice, yeah, between bishop takes b4 and knight takes c4 and rook takes c4, everything. But okay, but maybe this is the only chance anyway.
Yeah, I think there is no other move
white
left.
should choose the best option. Okay, knight c4 looks good enough to my taste. I mean, but some calculations are required probably.
Yeah, this is completely killing.
And knight a5 is coming.
A big blunder.
Yeah, that's quite incredible blunder, I would say. But okay, the position was already quite shaky for black. So I mean,
I think she
needed
didn't have
to
a good
find
feeling. Yeah,
a good move, which was not obvious.
Phew.
And now Tan, who is playing quite quickly, usually is getting short of time.
Mm.
But in this situation, this
And also
understandable.
this game was really complicated.
Yeah, I would call it a little bit, yeah, very, very original opening, and yeah, somehow I think that White managed somehow to complicate matters, because the structure is very unusual, and it's always more difficult to play these kind of positions, which are
Yes.
not.
We liked this move here. I think B4
Yeah,
was
before
very strong.
Yeah, I think well that was the only idea behind Bishop A3. Otherwise, Bishop A3 is completely cut off the game. So well, that was the only. But still, it was hard to believe for me. Okay, C takes B4
Yeah.
looks okay.
Yeah, also Queen C6, we were not so
Honestly,
sure
maybe
about
it was not
this
necessary.
move,
Just
yeah.
providing somehow.
Now we wanted to play
Queen
Bishop
A4.
H6.
Yeah, Bishop H6 is
Yes.
very, very natural move, of course.
Mm.
Maybe somehow Black was afraid of Queen A4, but I cannot see any
Queen
real
A4,
danger after
okay.
Queen A4. Okay, King B7, and
King B7, yeah.
maybe Knight A3 can be played threatening Knight B5, but Knight B5, even A6. I mean, nothing special.
Mm.
Yeah, Black seems to be more than fine here.
Yes.
More than fine.
But it's interesting how this game changed, and yeah, actually it was very difficult to play for Black. Yeah.
That gave
Okay, and I think only Knight A3 happened to find the game. So looks very good for Alexandra, that you will have 4 out of 4 points, but you never know, the game hasn't finished yet, but yeah, very promising for her.
yeah.
So did you actually expect this opening?
G6, second G6.
Yes.
No. Okay, we have seen Tan playing G6, but in dragon variation. So, but D6. Okay, Alexandra has a big choice of moves C3 and Bishop B5. So apparently she didn't want to go with this other move because she couldn't predict properly what Alexandra would opt for. And she decided to play G6 immediately, and of course then I think her idea was to transfer to dragon after D4, but Alexandra went C3. No, we didn't expect this line at all.
Yeah, but we really enjoyed C3. I think this was a very good decision from Alexandra.
Yeah, but I think C3 is the main line after G6.
We didn't know.
And after D5, okay, White has a good choice between takes on D5 and transferring to one of Alapin's line,
Yes.
G6,
Yeah.
or E5, what Alexandra opted for. But then somehow, this C4 didn't look good to me. I would just take on C6 and the very opening. It's a very typical idea here to exchange this white square bishop. Bishop B5 is fine, I think, but C4 was.
Yeah, C4 we didn't like so much. Okay.
So yeah, Bishop C6 followed by D4 is very typical play for this position. But maybe Alexandra was afraid somehow of C takes, Bishop F3. Okay, let's show quickly.
So
already here. Okay, Bishop takes C6, B takes C6, I think. And if D4 now, maybe C takes, Bishop takes F3, Queen takes, Queen D. Okay, this is a pawn sacrifice if you take the Queen. But still, I think White should have very, very decent counterplay here somehow. Okay, let's say Rook E1, or I'm not even sure. Maybe simple Knight, I don't know, D2, for example, sacrificing one more pawn is also possible. But I would probably opt for Rook E1, followed by
Bishop G7.
I don't know if I can play Knight D2 here, Knight D2, because I want my knight goes.
Yeah, it looks okay for White, yeah.
And Knight B3 and with some counterplay. Now this pawn sacrifice is not forced, also White can play safer, but yeah, that would be the normal play for this kind of position. But okay, now we have what we have.
Okay, so check the other games because this looks very winning. Okay, we can just quickly look what Tan was playing. It was King A6, okay, and Rook takes B5.
A5 is hanging now. And
Completely lost, I think.
Rook
I don't know
D5, Rook
what
takes
he's planning.
C4, yeah. C4
Cool.
is hanging, A5 is hanging, just... Yeah. I don't know what happened with Tan, but...
She's still thinking and not resigning, but I think she will resign soon.
Okay, let's see what happens in other games.
Okay, it's already draw. And
Oh, this position I don't like very much for black, you know. It can be tricky because the
True.
king is not... Oh,
she took here.
So, okay. White sacrifice on h4 pawn. She was not forced to sacrifice. And
Going to
then,
D3,
okay.
A5.
Yeah, but I cannot understand why White gave this pawn up.
Yeah.
So she has a very comfortable edge. For example, she can start with g3. And this position... Okay, okay, she didn't want to weakening this white
The white
diagonal.
squared.
Yeah, but I think it's not that important because he can always, for example, g3, if knight c6, okay, she can always play knight d4 and f3, king f2, and I mean to block this diagonal somehow in some way.
Moving here.
Yeah, but f3 anyway. Any f3, king f2, and so on.
Yeah.
And this is not that dangerous. I mean, I would never give up the pawn. I mean,
Yes.
and or okay, if she didn't want to play g3 but then h5, why not h5 at least?
H5.
Okay, still looks better than
Sure.
maybe g5. Yeah, maybe she didn't want to give up this f4 square.
Someone this might be important here.
But then, okay, I take white, of course. I mean,
Yes, yes.
I mean, white has a very comfortable edge here. Okay, knight d4, knight f3, queen h8. I know what I'm doing, but black should be very careful and. I'm not sure if this position is objectively defensible, you know, because the age given by the computer is not so big, but well, from practical point of view, it's very unpleasant. Very unpleasant. Yeah, but anyway, so Jiner decided to give up pawn.
Yes. And A5.
Okay, still, of course, white
Okay.
has enough
Pass
compensation.
pawn, yeah.
Okay, second
And
pawn dropped.
Yeah, interesting play.
Okay, queen c7, I guess, yeah. Followed by knight a5. But then queen e7, knight e5, king f6. Okay, still tricky, but the question is still there. Why it need to give up 2 pawns? Well, the second I can understand. Okay, at least she managed to create her pass pawn, but the first one.
Good question.
What about c6? Oh, okay, sorry,
I'm
c6 will not work. c6, I was thinking about c6, but then bishop
I was
a6.
also thinking about it.
No, but bishop a6.
Yeah.
Bishop a6.
And then
I miss bishop
something
a6.
like this, but
No, okay. Even queen
Yeah.
e7, yeah.
yeah, of course, it's not working. Yes. Just to show it. And she played knight f4.
Knight f4,
Huh.
yeah.
Somehow the ancient now likes black. I don't know why she's taking so many risks here.
Yeah, unnecessary. In my opinion, just unnecessary risk because she could have played, I mean, simply just protecting her pawns and then improving her pieces, and I mean, black would be struggling. But no. Maybe she just miscalculated something, you know. It happens sometimes because...
Maybe she thought c6 is possible right now.
Maybe,
like before, and
yeah,
then
maybe
she realized it doesn't work or something. Okay.
Or maybe she thought that h4 pawn was untouchable for some reason. Okay, let's go up. Maybe we'll understand what she missed. So she went. What happened here? Okay, knight d3.
Knight d3, bishop e8, and now this.
Okay.
a5.
What about queen is? Okay. Yeah, I think I got it. So maybe she just forgot about bishop e8. Okay, she was threatening queen c6. Oh, sorry, queen c7. And she maybe calculated queen e7, then queen h8, threatening knight e5 mate.
Okay, just have a look. So just here, what?
Queen c7 is a threat, yeah?
Yeah.
So, and maybe she was thinking only about queen e7, which looks very natural, but then queen h8.
Yeah, h8.
And
now this is
knight
not
e5
really working,
is very unpleasant. Yeah, knight e5 will come. Yeah. And maybe this is already lost.
Oh yeah, she didn't.
So and maybe she just forgot about bishop e8.
Okay, yeah.
Maybe that was the point.
Okay, but still, I mean, why a5?
Ah, no, okay, this is another question. But she blundered h4, and then I mean. So yeah.
Okay, maybe. Now it's not so easy. Knight f4 and.
Okay, then the knight comes back to f4, and actually they're getting the same position, but with 2 pawns more. Because 5 moves ago, they had the same position with knight on f4, but with 2 pawns more for white.
Yeah. Queen e7. Yeah. Oi.
No, so maybe it's not the matter of overestimation, you know. Maybe it's just a blunder, maybe tactical blunder. Maybe she just forgot about bishop a8, which is more probable explanation.
Yeah, I think so too, but a pity. She had such a good position.
Yeah.
Good game. But now 2 pawns less. Yeah. Okay, so I have a look on the other games. Okay. And here they are still playing. I don't know actually why they are still playing. Oh no, they just finished. Okay, yeah. So just have a look on the end because it's a nice finish, I guess. So we saw it. Rook takes b5. She took, take. Okay, I mean, everything is just hanging. Okay. And now she resigned. So, 4 out of 4 for Alexandra. Very strong. And I guess you're very proud of her?
Oh, of course, yes. We are very happy with this result. But, okay, but also, I mean, we should understand that such a huge result could not be achieved without some luck. I mean, she was lucky with Elisabeth, and just given a pawn, given a piece in one move. I mean, is not very often. It doesn't happen often in tournaments of such a level. And today, I think also. Yeah, and also the start was good for Alexandra because she's got 3 out of 4 games with white, which is also important, of course. And yeah, for the moment everything seems to be okay. Even luck is on her side.
That's always good.
It's always helpful, yeah. To have a luck on that side, yeah. But okay, it's still 7 games to go. I mean, everything can happen. But indeed, I don't remember any tournament of this kind where someone started with.
It's very impressive.
Well, of course I remember about Fabiano's 8 out of 8. No, it was, but still, I mean, quite a long time ago.
But in a women tournament?
In a women tournament, yeah, it's hard to remember. At least not last year. So quite impressive start indeed.
Yeah. Yeah, very impressive. We are very impressed by Alexandra, and we will see what happens in the next rounds. Okay, yeah, have a look at this game.
Rook c6 was played or not? No,
no,
not really. Yeah, Rook e5. That was our other option. Yeah.
Yes.
But it allows Rook c8. That was my little concern. It should not be that critical, but still, that's why I preferred Rook c6. But okay, Rook c, but maybe nothing happens. Still,
okay.
I can take on f5 and
take g4, c3. Yeah, but I understand what you mean. It's easier to play with the rook on the c.
Of course, I would try to eliminate this c5 pawn.
Yeah, because now you never know. Especially in time trouble, something can happen.
Yeah,
it shouldn't, of course.
Yeah.
Okay, bishop e4, h6, and h4.
It's important to kick this bishop off this diagonal, and I mean, otherwise this pawn is very unpleasant. If bishop is gone, then I mean it will be unprotected, and it would be easy to attack it.
And she played rook a4.
Okay.
Counter-attack. What now, f3? Protecting bishop and g4?
Looks like the only move, only reasonable. But then, sorry,
but
rook
taking and c2, right?
And c2, yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm meaning. It's not so easy now.
Okay, but still, rook f1 is still there. Maybe it's not that bad.
Yeah,
in our line, yeah?
Yeah. And rook d8. Okay, we can check it.
Rook d8 I will just take on b6.
Okay. Okay, just have a quick look. I mean, she played something else. Okay. She didn't even take the risk. Just to show this is an idea for black. And now with the idea of c2. But we still have rook f1. And this seems to be okay for white. Then we were thinking about rook d8.
Yeah, but then rook takes b6, I think. It's possible.
And after
rook c6.
So then just rook c6. Yes.
Everything is under control.
Yeah, under control. Okay, but anyway, she played rook b4. I think this is much safer.
Yes,
take.
It is. And g5, yes, will be played, I guess.
No, king e, yeah. That's the position right at the moment. Okay. Yeah, g5.
Well, okay, but c3 pawn is still there. Even if computer says, I mean, white is okay, that's a bit unpleasant.
And also the rook on f5, I don't know. It's not so easy to get into the play again. And also to protect the c pawn later.
Yeah. So what to do?
Difficult.
So we need to improve our rook. Okay. Should we start with g5 or play rook f4 first? And h4 is hanging. Yeah. So g5 is very tempting.
Yeah. I think I would go for g5. We will maybe lose this pawn later, but it's better to exchange at least one pawn. I would go for g5 now.
Yes, g5, h takes, bishop e7.
And now something with the rook. But also b4 is hanging. It's really not easy.
Okay, let's be cold-blooded, yeah? b5.
Yes, of course, b5. This rook, I don't like it.
Yeah, but okay, we'll try to improve it somehow. If rook c8, then we'll play bishop c2.
Oh, Is it working? Take, and c2?
Or even c2 immediately. No, okay, yeah, bishop c2, not bishop c6, bishop c2
Yeah,
I would play, yeah,
Mhm.
if rook goes to c8. But maybe rook a8 should be played. I think rook is untouchable, right?
Yeah, interesting.
Is it?
Yeah, must be.
Or maybe not. Okay, no, at least I can take c2, bishop c6. I cannot.
What's your idea?
Bishop c6, then rook d5 check. Okay, king can go to c8, sorry. I thought king c7 was forced, but not actually king c8, of course. Of course, no, but then it doesn't work.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Not so easy. So
No, okay, still should be a draw, but we have some... Is it played already? No,
No,
it is not, yeah? No, okay, so white should not capture. White should go something like... We need desperately to improve our rook.
Yeah.
Huh? Okay, maybe simple rook d5.
Yeah.
The idea is, okay, rook a2, just bishop g6, king f8, and rook f5 check.
Okay, so here, then what was your idea? Check?
No, I
rook
think
a2
the idea
first.
behind rook a8 is rook a2, but rook a2, maybe bishop g6, king f8, and rook f5. Something unpleasant, because black's king goes to, yeah, bishop f7, king h7. Rook is still untouchable, yeah?
Yes.
It's a mystery. Okay, rook f4 is good enough, I think. Rook f4 is having mate.
And finally, some
Yeah,
chances
and
also
maybe
here.
rook a1 is only move, otherwise. The bishop g5 cannot be played, yeah, because now we can capture the rook, and
Yes.
yeah. And now bishop take g5.
Okay, so white is in time, as we
And
can
rook
see.
c4. That should be draw, yeah.
Okay. So everything should be okay for white, but not so easy. They exchanged, and bishop e7.
Well,
That's
black should also
game.
be careful, you know, because, okay, she's pawn down at the moment. If something goes wrong with c3 pawn, then she will be suffering. Okay, b5. So our conclusion that b5 is quite possible, yeah?
Yes. So maybe have a quick look over the games, because it's now time trouble, and maybe there's something interesting. So
Okay, Humpy
what happened here?
captured an e6.
She didn't.
I should try to exchange rooks as predicted. Yeah.
What? Okay, now she did, yes. This is the position.
Okay, still very unpleasant for black. Still very unpleasant.
So
Five
is it
against
possible to win with white? I mean,
Yeah, it is.
Is it easy or
No,
not
no,
really,
it should
right?
not be easy, but the defense will be very tough for Anna. Well, king g2, f4, king f3, my next moves, probably. No, and then, yes, white will gradually push her pawns. Quite unpleasant.
Yeah, so have a look at
I don't know
weapons.
objectively if it's winning, but practically, yeah, it's very...
Objectively, I would say that black has good chances for a draw. But in a game, I think
What is
white will
computer
win.
revelation? 1.7. Yeah, 1.7 is not clear.
Yeah, I think in a game, white has good chances. Objectively, I would say it's draw, but okay, just have a look if something important is happening now in time trouble. They finished, and they also finished, yeah, they already made a draw.
So
we have this game. And see, now g3, so she could have also played it before, but having the h-pawn.
yeah,
No, I think
something definitely went wrong for
yeah.
Dinara. And now, I mean, what what are her options? So knight h5, king g6, right? And knight is almost trapped. So, but what to do if she's forced to go knight g2? She's definitely not doing well. C5 pawn is also hanging, so there should be some
checks maybe. Queen
some
h7,
freaks,
queen g6, and then the king has to move to d7, I think.
yes,
Mm.
and maybe something
And then
like
at least the queen is
B-
active. And
queen b8, maybe
yeah.
something like this. So she
Oh, we can have a look.
she has to look for some tricks.
So here,
G6. I mean, I
I
thought
was
maybe
thinking,
G8.
yeah, both is interesting. I think your move might be better. Yes, let's go for this move. And then you mean queen?
Yeah, queen b8, but also knight g6 should be considered. Yeah, but then queen takes e5 probably.
Yeah, also this position looks lost. Can we just take here?
They take on c5. But then then maybe queen g6 instead. Sorry, knight g6 instead.
Yeah, I think that's better. Yeah, here.
Check.
Yeah.
Check
Like
first.
check. G8.
And
And now
knight g6. And queen with knight are always dangerous, but also queen takes c5, and the passed pawn has gone. So I mean, and white king is not that safe either. Okay,
No.
yeah, but something is.
Okay, also it happened. It was queen e7, and now immediately knight h5. I don't like this so much.
And
I
what
prefer
about?
the other line.
Sorry, what
little
about
bit
king
more.
g6?
Yeah. And I guess g4, right? What else?
But then I mean,
It's
She- she
completely lost. Yes.
she will give up another pawn.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe her point is that then some perpetual
Yeah, it's
can
g4
be
played.
achieved. It is played, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, f takes. Knight g3, right? And aiming for some perpetual. Okay,
This can
Mariya
only
will
be a
will
dream.
definitely not allow slip it away. I mean,
Okay, this is just.
she is
lost.
strong in this kind of positions. And
Yes.
oh, but what about? Yeah. Okay, sorry. Oh, well, there are a lot of moves. Well, okay. First of all, do we have? Okay, we have perpetual after queen c5, queen g8, perpetual. Yeah, because black's king cannot go to f6 because of knight e4 check.
Yes. Okay. Only threat in this position.
Maybe we need to cover. Maybe we need to cover e4 square somehow. Maybe bishop c6. What about bishop c6? But then queen g8,
G8,
still, yeah? Queen
king
g8, king
f6.
f6, king h,
I
queen
would-
h8.
I would go for
Mhm.
something like this. Maybe I'm not 100%
F7, yeah,
sure,
7.
but I would probably go
Maybe
for this.
g7, maybe g7.
Yeah,
Why
that was.
not
I was also
G7?
thinking about g7.
Okay, queen should go somewhere, queen c8, maybe. Not that clear, yeah? But maybe you are right then. Maybe queen f7 is the better option.
Also going here.
But then I will start threatening white king somewhere. Well, maybe h5,
Later.
h4. Okay, or maybe I would take e4 square under control. But how? Bishop d3 maybe would allow c6. So it is unpleasant. Or we don't care much about
Okay. Anyway, she played bishop c6 in this position.
bishop c6 immediately.
So now the question is, what happens after?
Yes. Okay, king f6 apparently.
Check.
Check again. No, that's knight h5. Then okay, king f7.
King
yeah,
f7
to
and-
avoid. Yeah, king f7. Well done, I think.
Yeah.
So once again, knight is cut off now. Cannot join immediately the action. And bishop is on the right diagonal, so now white king might be in danger
Yeah.
in some lines. Queen g8 check is played, king f6.
Yeah, and it's move 40, so I think we can look at another game. Pretty sure that Mariya will win this game. Okay. So we have this exciting game here. Rook e5 happened. Rook c8, check, check. And rook e5. Okay. Move 40. Okay, at least the time travel was fine for Dinara, nothing happened.
Okay, now
And
what is...
taking on b4 now?
Yeah, it looks like black can take on b4. Bishop c2, likely.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, pawn is stopped.
Are there any winning chances for black?
Objectively not, because white will have time to bring her king to d3, for example, yeah. And then, okay, maybe the only... also, black's king for the moment is not safe an idea, because g3 is always there. The idea, or maybe she should start with something like g6 maybe right now. g6. But then rook e6. Sorry, rook e6. No, g6 is not. And king f7. King f7. What about king f7? But then okay.
Check with the bishop.
Check with the bishop at least. Yeah.
And again, they played, taking on b4. But now it's already after the 40 move, so a lot of time again to think.
Oh, okay. I think that objectively, this is black who is playing for win, yeah.
Yes.
But let's say white has enough defending resources.
Like before, because we wanted to protect our pawn after bishop e7, she played a different idea with rook e5. But we were thinking about this move.
Or maybe she didn't want. I mean, maybe
She
she thought it was too
scared,
too challenging.
Yes, understandable with this rook here.
Yeah, but if it's possible to save this pawn, I would definitely do
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, with some minutes left on the clock, it's not easy to
not
know.
easy to know. Yeah,
so
exactly.
This is a safer play, yeah. And anyway, she should hold the draw in this position. Okay, so just have a look if something special happened, because I think otherwise we will take the chance for a short break now. All the players already made their 40 move.
Yeah, and this game...
And this will take very long.
Will probably the last to finish.
Yeah, so just have a quick look. So, first of all, we have a draw between Alina and Zhansaya. This was the final position. And then we have this very exciting game between Humpy and Anna, where it probably will take very long until this endgame finishes.
Oh, but we never know, but it seems that this game has the best chances to finish the last.
Yes. Yeah, then we have this nice game between Dinara and Nana, which should be draw, but chances for black. And we have a victory for Alexandra against Zhongyi, and a draw between Elisabeth and Dronavalli, And we still also have this game between Jiner and Mariya, but it looks very promising for Mariya that she will win this endgame. Yeah, so far the games, very interesting games again, like every round actually. And we are looking forward to the finish of the interesting endgames. So see you soon after a short break.
Stay with us.
Kinder in sozialen Brennpunkten haben es besonders schwer. Sie müssen oft sowohl mit sprachlichen als auch häuslichen Problemen kämpfen. Wenn vielen von ihnen keine erfolgreiche schulische Karriere gelingt und sie später beruflich abgehängt sind, wird das zu einem großen gesellschaftlichen Problem und birgt enorme Gefahren für uns alle. Wir glauben, dass unser Schachtraining nach allen Erfahrungen der letzten 15 Jahre mit bis zu 10.000 geförderten Grundschulkindern ein wunderbares und innovatives Mittel ist, um hier gegenzusteuern. Unser Königsplan für Kinder fördert auf spielerische Weise. Die Kinder lernen, sich besser zu konzentrieren, sie werden kreativer und sie erleben, wie man vielfältige Probleme flexibel löst. All dies ist kein theoretischer Stoff, sondern wirkt sich unmittelbar positiv auf die schulische Entwicklung aus. Vor allem zeigen wir diesen Kindern, dass wir an sie glauben und geben ihnen damit den Glauben an sich selbst. Und das ist die allerwichtigste Gabe für ihre weitere Entwicklung. Um all dies fortzusetzen, benötigen wir Ihre Unterstützung. Mit 150 € können Sie ein Grundschulkind über ein ganzes Jahr hinweg fördern. Unsere Personalkosten werden von unserem Stiftungsgründer Roman Krolich getragen, sodass Ihre Spende voll und ganz in diese wichtigen Projekte fließt. Dafür im Namen der Münchner Schachstiftung und natürlich unserer Schachkinder ein ganz großes Dankeschön an Sie.
I'm joined by Zhansaya Abdumalik for your first interview here in Munich in the tournament. Tell us how things are going for you after the first four rounds. Today you drawed with Kashlinskaya. How are things going?
Well, with black I think I'm doing fine, yeah, but with white I have some problems. Yes, I lost 2 games and okay, I mean, trying to get my shape back, I guess.
Today was a very solid performance. You didn't seem to be in trouble at any moment of the game. Are you content? Are you happy with the draw today?
Yeah, I think it's fine, especially after my yesterday's loss. So tomorrow I have white pieces, so trying again. Yes, looking forward.
Okay, so what's happening with the white pieces in the tournament, Zhansaya? Yesterday you played seemingly an interesting game with the Jiner, but at some point, what went wrong?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm preparing, but but then they start like trying to play something new, and okay. I mean, first game I tried to push like Bishop G5 in Najdorf, which usually I'm not playing. I thought like, okay, let's have fight or something like interesting, and against Jiner, okay. I mean, maybe she just outplayed me, I guess. Yeah. I didn't expect this B4 and B3 move. She surprised me, so okay. I mean, and it didn't really went well for me. Okay, for the next games, I hope I'll play better. What can I say? Yeah.
Also, the rest day is about to come, so you'll have an extra day to prepare. So hopefully you can get back in the second part of the tournament.
Yeah, hopefully. But okay, we're having the rest day after round 5, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
One more game and then the rest day. Okay. Well, good luck in the next games then.
Thank you.
Welcome back. We have 3 exciting endgames left. So what do you think about these games?
Well, I think that one will finish in draw. One in this one, I think Mariya will slowly manage to turn a full point, and the third one is less clear. I think Humpy has very good chances, winning chances against Anna Muzychuk, but it's not that clear yet. Okay, G. So that was the last position we saw, and just a few moves have been played. Okay, yeah. Humpy is trying to transfer her king to D3. F3 will be played. No doubt about that.
Moving back?
I don't know. I don't know what is Anna's idea. Just waiting and moving back, or she thought that maybe transferring knight to F6 would be a good idea. No, I think she will go back. And then king D3. And now, yeah, that's not clear what's next. So F4, E4. Right? Should think about advancing her pawns. But I think okay, if E5 is not possible, let's imagine this is so it's white to move in this position. I would play E4, E5. Put my king on A4, then D5, and maybe D6. Just trying to push D6 somehow.
Okay, so let's say black is only waiting.
Yes, just
Then
E5.
this would be the idea. Yeah, not so easy where to go here.
Yeah, no good squares for knight. Maybe knight B5. I don't know, but somehow it'll get in danger. Knight B5 or rook C5, for example. And
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm scared that I will lose my knight if I move here.
And you're right, I think.
So here.
Okay, king E4.
Yeah, the problem is this knight here.
Yeah, and then maybe if like doesn't play E6, I will play D5 and maybe just D6. And I mean, the pawn will pass. Very likely. King F5 first, and then okay. What happened in Mariya's game? Let's
Mariya's
see.
game just finished. Let's have a look.
Oh, what happened? So.
And here we had this position. Bishop
Yeah.
D5, Queen C3. Take.
Oh, okay.
Take and okay.
Yeah, and it finished by mating attack. Yeah.
As you predicted.
Very disappointing game for Dinara, because she managed to get a quite considerable and very comfortable advantage. Let's say without I thought it was without any risk for white, but somehow probably she just started by blundering H4 pawn. And maybe got disappointed in this moment. So we had already look on this position and explained that probably her mistake was that she thought that H4 pawn was untouchable because of queen takes, knight D3, and queen C7 threat seemed to me very unpleasant. But Mariya found this bishop E8, and it turned out that white just gave up pawn for nothing. And then she maybe she got upset, and I mean something went completely wrong after this moment.
Yeah, I think so too. She was very disappointed, I guess, and
Mariya exploited her advantage very convincingly.
Yeah, we have seen this game before, but it was easy to play for black. And then, as you predicted, the queen will give a checkmate later. Yeah, nothing to do with white. And here, she resigned after king G6.
Okay, king F1 is not escape because of queen D1.
Yeah.
mate.
Let's check just quickly. Yeah, queen D1.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, only 2 endgames left. Let's have a look. We have this endgame.
Oh, maybe this is
This-
already yesterday's game.
Oh yeah, sorry, the wrong
Sorry,
direction.
yeah.
Very sorry for that.
Perfect.
Okay.
So here
Mhm,
we
yeah,
are.
here we are.
So yeah, bishop c2 was played,
Yes.
and now Nana is trying to understand whether she has any winning chances here or not at all. No, it's not easy to find. Well, first of all,
G6.
we didn't mention G6 examine, and also rook b5 is a threat now. I mean,
Oh
because
yeah, and then after. Okay.
okay, bishop a5 is not a threat because bishop a5 is still possible. My idea was that after bishop
Bishop
c5,
C5, then
rook b3 would be played,
Mhm.
and one of pawn would drop.
Yeah, but I like this idea with
Yeah,
G6.
G6 is very good idea. I mean, cutting the knight king off. Maybe black is not better at all, actually, because optically she is better, yeah, but
Mhm.
probably not at all. The king is very weak, so her problem is a king, and maybe just there is no way to improve her position. And White's plan is very simple, because if black doesn't do anything, so White will bring her king to e2 or d3, and then will start pushing her pawns, f4, f5. I mean,
Mm.
so yeah, I mean, maybe black is starting already looking for forced draw or something. I would probably do it, because otherwise, I mean, there is no useful move, so it could be very unpleasant.
Mm.
Well, she can try king f7 still, yeah, king f7. We thought that,
Okay, king f7, yes.
yeah, maybe bishop b3,
Yeah.
for instance. Or maybe White has something better already, I don't know.
I would also go for this move.
No, if you want to repeat moves, I mean,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
bridge draw, okay, then bishop c2, let's say, yeah. But maybe it's not necessary, because king is still cut off.
Okay, we will have a short break and see you soon. Welcome back. We have a special guest here, Mariya Muzychuk. Hello.
Hello.
Congratulations on your victory against Jiner. It was a very tough game. I think you had a difficult end game, but then somehow she sacrificed some pawns and you got a winning position. So how do you feel about this game?
I think that in the middle game it was a bit tough. So perhaps I was a bit lucky because, okay, when I won the pawn, I felt that my opponent had huge compensation. And in my opinion, she misplayed after knight f4, but okay, we can check.
Yeah, we can check, yeah. So you can show us if you want, or I can move, yeah?
Okay, well, in the opening, she was spending so much time here. Okay, not so much, but she was thinking this moment I was surprised and she chose not the main line, bishop c6. So we reached this playable position. And knight c6. Okay, here is nothing interesting. We just changed the many pieces. And that is an interesting moment because like it's tough to make a move for black because my pawn on d6 is a bit unpleasant. So I just decided to find some counterplay, like with f5, what I did in the game. Because it's too boring to play king h7, king g8.
yeah. We were thinking the same, yeah.
Actually, I was considering this option.
Really? Okay, but white can improve.
Yes, true. Little by little, white can improve. So therefore I played f5 and I think it was the correct decision.
Yeah, good idea to do something, yes.
Yes, so e5. I expected e5 because otherwise, okay, if you take on f5, gf, and then rook g8 is coming, it's very unpleasant. And so e5 I was expecting. Okay, if rook takes d7, I have this opportunity, like queen d7, queen e5, and queen g7. I think
maybe we can just move so that the spectators can also see. So you meant...
If taken on d7, I take with the queen, queen e5, and I was going to play queen g7, and I think that I equalize immediately. Because, okay, like queen e3, I already have e5, and that's okay. So that was my plan, but my opponent took on e5 firstly.
Yes. So, and this is, of course, much... Is it more difficult for black to play?
I think so, yeah, it was a very good decision. Okay, it's a bit like maybe unpleasant to put the knight on d1, but it's a temporary decision. And so I did not know what to do here. Perhaps I had something better, but I mean, for me, it seemed very logical to move the king on f7, at least to protect the e6 pawn,
It was exactly my idea.
It's already an end game, and actually you want to put your king closer to the center.
And also the e6 pawn is vulnerable, so you need to protect it. Yeah, but here we thought it's a nice game for white, because the queen and the knight are stronger than your bishop. Somehow your bishop, I don't know, we didn't like it so much, and yeah, white can improve, and we didn't see any ideas for you. How did you feel in this time?
I felt it should be drawish, but maybe I have to make some precise moves. That was in my mind. So here she decided to sacrifice. Yeah, I took on h4, and frankly speaking, I expected only queen c7. Like knight d3, I totally missed. But I was expecting queen c7, queen e7, queen a7, and queen d6.
So what?
Taking on
e7? Okay, queen d6.
And queen d6. That is what I was going to play, and I thought, okay, like I'm fine here.
Yeah, for sure. Yes. Yeah, we didn't really understand why she sacrificed the pawn. What would you have played after, for example, g3? Or we were also discussing h5 maybe, so that we are not weakening the white squares.
Yes.
What was your idea here?
Sure, I was thinking something, but I mean, it's better for me to to see the position.
Oh yeah.
For black, perhaps queen c5 here. I have or maybe queen c5 I have.
Okay. Queen
no,
c5.
so some counterplay for sure, like queen a3, queen c5, somewhere there, and I thought I was fine here.
Okay. Yeah, maybe we were only thinking about this move, but then we said, okay, worst case you can always play f3 and then everything is protected.
Actually, my plan wasn't to put my bishop on a8, though now I realize that it's also an interesting idea.
Yeah, No, we didn't expect that this is the best way to play. Just we were talking about weak white squares, but then
Okay, but if I play queen c5, maybe...
Yes.
Yes, I mean, it's...
Mhm. What happens if we exchange? Is this good or not good?
But it should be good for black because these pawns on a4, b3, c4, they are on the white square, and I have the white squared bishop, so it's good for me. Like to fix those pawns.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, everything should be calculated precisely, but I mean, okay, g3 actually, that is a move that I was like, you know, expecting to see because my opponent just sacrificed the pawn and it was, wow.
True. Okay. So first pawn sacrificed, and then this was a great move. And we were thinking that maybe she overlooked this move here because we calculated that if she is playing, for example, like here we also had this line, for example. Oh yeah, we just discussed with you. But here,
if I don't play bishop,
this, for example,
but this I did not like. Then queen c.
Exactly, and we thought that maybe she was only thinking about this line.
Just let me think. Maybe this moment. No, it was queen h8. It's too bad. Queen h8, I think.
Yeah.
Yes, because like I'm losing the piece after queen f6. I just knew that I could not play this.
Yeah. That's what we were discussing. So your move, bishop e8, was very strong, and we are thinking that maybe she overlooked this when she sacrificed the h-pawn. But of course, we don't know. It's just...
Maybe, but you know, still white has such great compensation, and like, maybe she saw bishop e8, but just was thinking that white is fine here.
Okay, a5, take, and c5. Yeah, bishop b5.
Knight f4, and I felt that everything was okay, much better for me. Something I was afraid here. Okay, maybe instead of a5 here was also queen d6 an interesting option, and I mean, it's not that easy for black. But here, maybe queen d6 as well. I mean, it was very hard for me to calculate everything during the game, but I think after knight f4, I have some good opportunity, like to to improve my position, like to consolidate. And
yeah, here it's already very good for black.
Yeah, but unfortunately I had little time, and so I was worrying about it because now you may get a winning position and then just blunder in one move, and it can be very frustrating.
Yes. We saw it many times in this tournament.
G5.
Yeah, but you played very well.
Yes, queen e7, it was very good move, and I was so happy to see it because like
we liked it a lot.
Yes.
Yeah, and here.
Okay, it's better to play knight a5 than knight g2 for sure.
Yes.
So this I was expecting, and bishop c6.
Also very strong.
Bishop because c6. Like to prevent knight e4.
Exactly. Yeah, we like this a lot.
Yes, and here I'm sure that my position is winning. I just need to play. Okay, let's say here I wanted first to play queen d7, but then knight e4, and you know, this knight may become dangerous. So I was very happy with my move bishop d5 because knight f5 doesn't work due to queen takes c5. Like there is nothing. Queen g7, king e8, and I'm just yes.
Okay, so
yeah, that was the main line I was worrying.
And you mean check?
Yes, and I play just king e8, and then like check on g8. I play king d7, check on f7, and I play king c6. I'm just like escaping queen e8 and queen e8, and king b6 like. Okay, I'm just escaping.
Yeah, and you're escaping. Yeah, nice variation, yes. She played queen c3, and yeah,
But yes, here I just
bringing the queen on this diagonal and then...
I just put my queen on f3 and it's,
Yes.
and here I was confident. Yes.
Yeah, I can believe that. Yeah, very interesting game, so all the best. Thank you that you were here and were showing your thoughts and ideas with us, and I wish you all the best for the rest of the tournaments.
Thank you so much.
I'm joined by Alexandra Kosteniuk. Alexandra, 4 out of 4, a really incredible start to the tournament. Tell us about today's game with Zhongyi.
Of course, the result is very nice, but I wasn't happy at all. I mean, I know how this creativity usually backfires, because when I start playing with whites in such a creative way from like move 4 on, usually it doesn't work out so well. But so I was not happy at all. I mean, she surprised me with the second g6. I've played several games after c3, d5 recently, and I didn't feel like repeating them. Well, it's a small plus, but I thought that she just, found a way to equalize at home, and I decided to go for something that I haven't analyzed at all. And well, I didn't like my c4 move, maybe even short side castle. Maybe I should have played h3 first, and then like forcing her to take on f3, queen takes f3, and then she doesn't have time, I think. I mean, if she plays queen b6, then c4. But what I did in the game, I mean, of course, I was playing for some compensation, but it didn't feel that I have enough of it. I mean, it was just, I think, a question of a few accurate moves to somehow find the right plan. Because, yeah, at the end it worked out pretty well. I mean, I was able to demonstrate what I was hoping for when sacrificing this pawn, but it shouldn't have worked.
Well, the engine does give alternative solutions, but it's never easy, complicated variations. But in the end, you blasted open the queen side, and the game was basically over. She spent nearly 25 minutes, and she wasn't able to find the correct defense.
Yeah, it's hard there because, well, like bishop takes d2 seems like the main continuation there. Knight b4, queen d7, knight takes d3, queen takes d3, rook takes b5, king c6. And, well, I thought that I'm out of danger. I can simply play rook b4, sacrifice the bishop on c3, and I was hoping to have enough compensation for a pair of pieces against a rook, because I also calculated a very nice line that I liked a lot. If she doesn't play bishop takes d2, if she plays queen c5, then I think I have a4, a6, I capture on b5, and I play knight a3, sacrificing the knight, queen takes a3, and then rook takes c4. And if she plays rook d5, protecting the pawn on b5, then I play queen e4, like pinning the rook, and e6, rook takes b5. And I mean, so many pins, and I didn't see for her way out of it. If she takes on c4, rook takes c4, then I take with the queen. The queen takes d5, rook c6, and then rook b5. And suddenly, I think everything works out. Like a very good indication that the position is good enough already for this attack. But okay, a5 didn't feel right at all.
We'll put the game in the description of the video so that fans can go through these variations. Let's talk about the tournament situation. Obviously, it's still very early. We've only had 4 rounds of the 11, but you're on 4 out of 4. And also, I noticed that Zhongyi was one of your immediate, she was just behind you with 2 out of 3, so you've also, in some ways, taken out a potential candidate with with white. So, are you feeling confident that this success of the first rounds can continue in the second half of the tournament, Alexandra?
Well,
energy levels. How are you feeling?
Well, of course, tired already, and I've had enough. Finish the tournament and
What
go
is the difference between Astana and Munich, for example? Have you done anything different, or it's just I mean, the luck of the games.
No, not at all. Yes, I've had some luck, and I've had also 3 whites out of 4, so that makes a big difference. And in Astana, I had 6 black in the tournament, so it's like a big difference, 6 and 5. But again, I'm not very satisfied with the level of my play today in the opening. And even though the result is great, but I have to like somehow consolidate myself.
In any case, you're very well known through the years for your aggressive attacking play, and when you get a position where you can attack the king, I mean, you're very strong there, and that's what you had in the game today. Although a difficult opening, but you're going to try and get these positions in the future, I hope.
I don't know, but what I know for sure, there are going to be 7 more tough rounds, and it's not going to become any easier. But of course, as I said, it's much better with 4 out of 4 than with like less points. So I don't mind such a start.
Okay. Congratulations and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back. Only 2 games left. So let's have a look at the fascinating endgames. So first of all, we will take a look on the game between Humpy and Anna, who have this really special endgame, but it really looks like Humpy is winning here. So what happened?
Yeah, like Anna started to. I mean, in this position, Anna started to maneuver with knight, looking for a better square for it. But okay, her idea was to meet king d3 with knight e5, aiming king to f4. But Humpy prevents it, and then Anna decides to transfer the knight to f4 by the longer way, and finally she succeeded. She succeeded by. But I'm afraid it's not good enough to hold, because the pawns are advancing and d6 is a real threat now. So what black can do? If it's white to move in this position, I think d6 should be winning on the spot. So d6 he takes, rook c7 check maybe first. King goes somewhere, king f8, and just d takes. E takes d6, and
yeah, we can
the
quickly.
pawn seems to be unstoppable.
Yeah.
Maybe black should start with bishop f8. Now at least d6 will probably not work as good as in the variation mentioned above. Because he takes d6, he takes d6, king e6, and the pawn is stopped.
And the bishop is not hanging on g7.
Yeah,
that's the point.
Hanging, but then maybe just rook c8. Well, first of all, black is in sort of Zugzwang, you know. So, okay, rook c8, for example, and what to do? If bishop goes back, then d6.
Knight?
If knight goes somewhere, then king f5. I will also improve my king first, and then d6. So black king would not have e6 square anymore. Maybe king g7. Then maybe simply rook d8 and then d6. By the way, sorry, maybe rook c7 instead of rook c8. I don't know why I think about rook c8. Maybe rook c7. Threatening directly by d6 and what to do.
King e8?
King e8 maybe is the only option. What about e6?
Yeah, okay. It's really unpleasant. This is strong. And
King
these ideas,
d8. King d8, rook d7 maybe first.
maybe first.
King d8, rook d7, king f8, and just d takes.
King d8, rook d7, maybe first. 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 King d8, rook d7, maybe first.
Then rook a7 winning.
Yeah.
Maybe rook c, king c8, but then d6.
Yeah. Okay.
Probably, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Knight takes, no, maybe
Knight takes
knight
is okay. Maybe first bringing the king.
Yeah, king somewhere.
Yeah.
King f5.
And we
then
can also
d6.
win this bishop here if we want to later.
Bishop is too bad, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, no. d6. Okay. Yeah, in the game she played knight to e2.
Oh, at least preventing king f5. King f5 would be big mistake.
Okay, just to show because it's so beautiful. And then checkmate.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
But
Humpy is
she's
definitely not one
yeah.
to
She's making a different move.
rook c7, I guess. No?
It was rook c2.
Rook c2, okay.
Okay, yeah.
Forcing
Forcing
knight
knight back
to,
and
then maybe d6 will be played.
then.
Or rook will go back to c8, c7, sorry, I don't know. Whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
But Humpy seems to be confident. Just looking at her, I have impression that
Yeah, she's really confident, yeah.
she's very confident. Yeah. Okay, and what
Okay,
do we
check
have
the
in
other
games?
game.
So I saw
Only
Nana.
one left.
I saw Nana play bishop d6, which is quite understandable because she wants, distract the rook from this e file to let her king go somewhere. But here, what I was thinking about rook b1 now, just preparing bishop e4. That is my idea.
Oh. Okay.
Because bishop e4 fails to c2. I mean, if played immediately. But what about rook b1? Okay, maybe it's not that critical still. Bishop c7 is possible, yes. I think bishop c7 is possible.
And why not playing g6?
Yeah, g6 is always possible.
Okay.
Oh, bringing the king first because g6 will never
that's
be
what
late.
she did.
Will never be late.
King g2.
King g2, yes.
King f3. And king e4 and rook d6. That's the position at the moment. And she played rook
Okay,
b3.
Nana is happy to make a draw, I think, already because she will play rook d2 definitely, and exchange these pawns and relax. That's
understandable. Okay, interesting.
Could white be more ambitious or not? If she does play rook e4, king e4, sorry, what? Because I start liking white is already in this position. What about, for example, I don't know, maybe do I need to include bishop e4 or not? Yeah, maybe, but okay. King e2 immediately. King e2 rook d6 anyway. That was Nana's idea anyway. Okay, well, let's start with rook b3. Bishop e7 then, yeah. Oh, okay, maybe objectively white cannot play for a win here. Okay, still, let's try king e2. King e2. Rook d6, bishop d3. Somehow this pawn is not that safe.
Yeah, I see your point.
So maybe, yeah, maybe white would.
I start to like it with white.
Yes, maybe it's more difficult to play with black already at this point. That should be, it should not be lost, of course. I mean, black should be okay, but she needs to be careful because rook b3 is already a threat. So what to do? Otherwise, king will go to d3. The point is that bishop has no diagonal, with comfortable place to defend this c3 pawn.
Yes. I can only go to b2.
Yeah, to b2, but b2 is it's a bit. So yeah, but okay, somehow Dinara went for another line, so she. What did she
King
do?
e4
King
did she
E4,
play? Yeah.
And we have this position now, yes. Okay, this is a dead draw already, yeah? Okay, still white is pushing a little bit, yeah, because g6 is a threat. Maybe black should play g6 herself now. Otherwise, g6 is a little bit unpleasant. Okay, it still should not be a big deal, but I mean, okay, this is now it's clear that this game will finish in a draw.
Yeah, good news for Dinara, because she was very unlucky with her 3 losses in the start of the tournament. So a draw would be great for her, and then she can restart with the tournament.
Yeah. Scoring first points are sometimes is a very difficult task, and then let's hope for her she will feel more comfortable, more confident. G6 was played by Nana.
And bishop e4.
Bishop e4. Okay, we can predict some moves repetition now. Something like, I don't know, rook e2,
Rook e2.
king f4, rook f2, and
Okay.
game will likely finish this way, or something very similar. And yeah, something like this. And what we have in the other game?
Yeah, have a look at this interesting endgame. So here.
Oh, knight g3.
Yes. King f8.
Yeah.
And king f7.
Knight is trapped here, but how can white exploit it? Yeah. Okay, she can just go king d3 and just win the knight, but maybe she thinks that it's not.
Bishop takes e5 and then knight g3.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yes.
So it's still tricky.
So I don't understand why the rook is now on g2. She needs the rook on c7 or something.
Yeah, but she's playing against the knight now. Yeah. Maybe f4. Takes. And the rook f2 is coming then. So black cannot exchange on f4 because of rook f2.
Okay.
So what to do after f4? I don't know. No, if she doesn't take, then I don't know anything. Okay, f takes g5 is a threat because rook f2 would be check, or just simply f5 and then maybe even f6, e takes e6, and yeah, it's hard to see how Anna can save this game.
And yeah.
4 is played.
She is going for f4, yeah. Is there anything left for black?
Hmm.
Not really, right?
I cannot see. I will not be very surprised if Anna just resign here.
Yeah, true. Very strong idea.
Okay, the only way to continue is playing something like King E8, yes. Mm.
And then play f5.
Then F5, for example, yeah.
Then king f7.
Or maybe even F6. Okay, F6, E takes F6, so we don't have knight F5 yet in that position. So maybe some accuracy is still required. Oh, but yeah, but white is not obliged to take or push F5. She can just go king F3 with the same idea, rook F2.
You mean after king e8
king,
immediately?
King F3, yes.
And then I take on f4?
King takes F4 and then
And
rook
then
F2
we have,
still
yeah, the
rook
same
F2,
idea, yes.
The same idea. Will work.
Yeah, okay.
Will work anyway.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
as you
on
predicted,
every
she
side.
resigned, yes.
Yeah. No, okay, nothing to say with this game, yes. So white was pushing all day, all game long. Yeah, it seems like Anna did manage to equalize completely after the opening, yeah. I don't know if she was surprised with this h4 or just, I don't know, maybe something happened later. But okay, it seems like globally just very good game for Humpy.
Yeah.
And she
game.
goes to +2, right? And will be clearly second. I
Yeah.
think.
Yeah, then she has 2.5 points.
2.5.
Two
No,
and a
no,
half.
just +1 then.
Yeah, +1.
Sorry, +1.
Yeah.
I thought she won already a game, but probably not. Probably not. She saved that very difficult game against Zhansaya miraculously, but
Yeah, she has 3 draws.
3 draws. Yeah, okay. So this is her first win in the tournament.
But still, she will be top 3. So it's a good
Oh, of
ranking
course, of course,
after
of
4
course,
rounds.
of
Yeah.
course. Plus is always good in this.
And she was saving many games already, so
any plus is good. Yeah.
yeah. Okay, so there's only 1 game left, and this is the game.
Not for a long time, I think.
Yeah.
So
rook d2,
rook
king
d2.
f4.
Ah,
Oh, king g3.
just a very ambitious play. Yeah. Dinara starting to be ambitious.
Yeah. Rook d2 was played.
Oh, okay, preventing rook d3, preventing white activating her rook. Okay, king. I predict king f4 and draw.
And then it's, yeah,
I mean,
repetition.
no resources left for any side here. Oh, white cannot just wait because otherwise black will gradually improve your position with king e6. King e6 is not possible anyway. Okay, but nobody can improve, so there is no way to lose this game, let's say.
Oh, she's still thinking. And
King
you're saying
F3.
King F3.
No draw. No draw.
Okay. Some
Don't
fighting
even
game
dream
here.
about it.
And Rook D1.
Rook D1, yeah. Aiming to G1.
Mm-hmm. Are there any realistic chances for white? Like, is there anything white can do?
No realistic chance for anybody.
Hmm. Is she playing Rook D3 now?
Rook D3, okay.
Okay, but now she is accepting the draw.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting that she now accepts the draw, but not before. Okay.
No, you start thinking about maybe it's too early to accept draw. Maybe can still fight.
If you don't want draw, then I also don't want draw.
Matter of principle. Okay.
Yeah, I told you.
Don't want draw. Okay, we'll
Then
play.
you don't get draw.
Okay, but Rook D7 and followed by Rook G7 will force draw. Anyway. Bishop B7, then Bishop take G6 is possible.
Let's wait, you will find something. And I guess it's Rook D7.
Or Rook D5.
Mm-hmm.
It was a short move. No?
No, it was D7,
Rook
yeah.
D7.
And
No, okay. The game will finish this way. Rook E6.
Rook
G7.
G7.
Takes and takes.
Wow.
This will be the last moves of the game.
Mm. Yes. It's interesting that they are still thinking.
Okay, checking everything. Trying to avoid
Any blunders?
any unexpected blunders. And also, players are getting tired. This is fifth hour of the game, so I mean, you are not sure anything anymore of anything.
Mm-hmm.
So you can, No, Rook takes G5 is the only
Yes.
reasonable move in the position. So it's hard to invent something more clever. King E5, okay, at least white can play Rook E7. Oh, sorry, Rook E7, that's... Commentators are getting tired as well. No, okay, white can safely take on G6, so there is no point. rook f1, king e2.
Maybe she wants to spend all her time. Interesting moment for thinking.
Ah, rook e1 is another option. Yeah, okay. Rook e1. That's what she is thinking about.
Okay. Yeah, but just take on g6.
Yeah, but then king e5. And it's a bit... But still, I mean, white is not in danger. But I would take with the bishop then. Bishop take g6.
Okay, she played king e5.
Ah, king e5. This is her point, actually. If now rook takes g6, then rook e1. This is... Oh, that's still nothing is wrong. The bishop can go anyway. And it's still that draw, but... White can simply play rook g8 now.
Just wait.
No, to have rook e8 check in case of rook e1.
Okay. This idea, yeah.
And if rook take g5, then okay, then rook take g6.
I like this idea, yeah.
Okay, bishop take g6 is completely safe as well. Rook take g5,
And
rook g8, then rook g8, and this pin is not dangerous.
Yeah, let's have a quick look. Take here. But after rook g8,
Yeah.
there's always this or this move.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see what she's playing. If she still wants to win. Someone in the chat is writing that I'm sure I could find a way to lose this still. We want to see.
What would you play, Veronika?
Yeah, bishop takes g6.
Bishop takes g6.
Yeah. And you?
Rook g8.
Okay. Yeah, rook g8 is also nice. The question is, what will she play? I guess she will go for rook g8.
Okay, bishop g6 is good enough. Okay, rook take g6.
She's taking with the rook. Okay.
And now bishop goes somewhere. Bishop c6, probably. Yeah.
Yeah. Rook e1.
Bishop c2 or no?
Mhm.
Ah, bishop c2. Yes.
Bishop c2.
Okay, rook takes. King will go to g4.
Yeah, they will keep on playing.
Rook e2 probably. What a fight.
We see a lot of fights, but I didn't expect this kind of fight. I thought they would rather try to gain some energy for tomorrow. Maybe they're putting some hope on the time because it's not much left. That's the only thing I can imagine.
So the only way to lose is forget about time. Sometimes it happens.
Really?
Yeah.
It never happened to me, but I saw it in some games, yeah, but not between the strong players actually.
No, okay, of course it's very rare, these kind of things. Where did the bishop will go?
That's why I wanted to take with the bishop on g6. Then I have more squares. Take
D3,
bishop d3. Do you think now she will go for a draw with repetition? No, of course not. Of course not. Rook g2. King f3.
King h5 is not bad. King f3 is played, yeah.
Well, maybe it's no repetition, but I don't believe that.
King g3.
Yes, for sure. For sure.
No way. No way. No, king g4.
Sure?
I think
okay. Oh, maybe they have enough now.
It's good that they fight until the very end. That's perfectly fine. That's why we love these women tournaments.
Yes.
I mean, they are more fightful.
Yeah, I think so too. Okay, but I think now they're deciding to make a draw. Yeah, okay. Rook g2 and draw. But let's see if she will play it. But I think so. She looks like she wants to play rook g2.
Okay, last time checking everything.
Or rook d2.
Why not? Why not? But still, it's hard to find any.
Okay, draw.
Yeah. Okay,
Now
that was
finally.
Yeah, that was the last game of today, and
yeah, congratulations to Dinara for the first half point in this tournament. We are very happy, finally, because she is playing really good chess and was just a bit unlucky.
Yeah, it would not be fair for her to have, I mean, 0 out of 4. So okay, but okay, she was safe enough in this game today. Yeah. So I don't think she was ever worse, or
No.
at least considerably worse. No, not at all. Oh, good game. And
Yeah, so let's have a look at the results from today. So what we saw today, we had a nice game between Alina and Zhansaya that ended in a draw.
yeah, it was quite a fighting draw. At some point, it seemed like Alina was better, but then no, okay, yeah. Zhansaya threatened this rook f6 and managed to scare Alina in some way. So maybe White didn't find the right way to proceed after rook f6. Maybe she was still better, but she played quite naturally in transferring the knight on f4. But it was not probably good enough to hold the advantage. Yeah, in this particular moment. So we tried to check queen h5, and maybe there were other options for White, but somehow Zhansaya managed to equalize it. Game ended in a draw.
Then we had a game Humpy against Anna.
Yeah, but well played. It seems, I mean, my first impression that was, if not the perfect, but very good game played by Humpy.
Then we had a game Dinara against Nana.
Yeah, quite logical draw with I mean, positional play all along the game, and I'm not sure that any of players was considerably better in this game. Quite a logical draw.
We had a game Alexandra against Zhongyi.
Yeah, very eventful game. Yeah, something went wrong for Alexandra in the opening, but then somehow she went to overplay her opponent in complications. Objectively, I think Black was very good in this game.
We saw a game between Elisabeth and Dronavalli.
Yeah, quite a quick draw, yeah? Something, I don't know. I don't know if, because I didn't, to be honest, I didn't follow this game very closely. When I came, it was already over. So I cannot say much about this game.
And we also saw a game between Jiner and Mariya.
Yeah, that was maybe the most dramatic game of the round. I think that Jiner did quite well until she blundered the pawn on h4, or sacrificed it. I think she just blundered, yeah. And then something went completely wrong for her, and Mariya converted her advantage quite convincingly in a full point. And
yeah, so
and that's it.
That are the results from the day. So what to expect tomorrow? Tomorrow is already the 5th round, and we hope that Stefan will come back for commentating. Otherwise, I guess I will have some alternative Stefans again. Maybe seeing you again. It was a pleasure for me to have so many grandmasters.
Yeah, it would be a pleasure for me as well to go on. But okay, let's hope Stefan will feel better tomorrow. Yeah. And tomorrow we'll have yes.
We have Zhongyi will fight against Dinara. Harika will fight against Alexandra. Zhansaya will fight against Elisabeth. Mariya will fight against Alina. Anna will fight against Jiner. And Nana will fight against Humpy. Very exciting games, hopefully, like always.
And it will be the last round before the break, yeah?
Yeah, on the 7th of February there's a break day. And here we will have a huge charity event where also the players will come, hopefully. At least they are invited.
Yeah.
Yeah, so one more game before the big break day. So thanks for watching, and I hope to
Veronika,
see you tomorrow. And thanks a lot for commenting with me.
Thank you, my pleasure. Thank you, everybody, for watching us.
Bye.
Bye-bye, see you tomorrow.
I'm joined by Humpy from India, top grandmaster from India. You've just won your first game in the event. A very nice performance, if I may say. So my first question for you would be this move, sacrificing the pawn on b2 early in the game. Your opponent, Anna Muzychuk, spent nearly 35 minutes thinking whether to capture it or not. Did you bring this idea beforehand? Tell us a bit about this idea, please.
Yeah, I was prepared with this position. Actually, she played right until knight c4, like black is doing fine. Black should take queen on b3 and a5, which would give a direct equality. But after knight c4, I felt like I had a very good chances over the board because the bishop on g7 is bad and my pawn structure is better with better piece placements, the bishop on f4 and c4. So once she played bishop e6, I felt like knight b5 is a clearly advantageous position for me, and but it took quite a lot of time to convert it into a winning position. It's a quite long game. Yeah.
At what point, Humpy, did you think this game is mine? I'm taking this one down. At what point did you think you were going to win the game?
Yeah, after I got this rook c-a1, that was my idea when I went for knight b5. So I was sure that I was clearly it's a better and winning position. So it was just a matter of technique. I felt like I should have played much better, but I couldn't work out up. I was like keeping control over the position and I built up slowly.
Even at the end, it seemed that the knight could be trapped at some point.
And it was important to have a pawn role in the center, or else if the knight, if black gets a structure where it could control the squares, then it would be difficult to outbreak. So it was.
It seemed to me from the outside it was the typical position that the computer would give a very decisive advantage, but certain precision had to be...
Practically not so easy. One has to be very precise, yeah.
So we talked yesterday, you had 3 draws in a row, but you were telling me that you had, you were certainly confident because 2 of the games were with black. And today, your first win in the tournament. How do you feel, although you're tired, but how do you feel for your confidence going into the 5th round tomorrow?
Yeah, I think I was just playing normal. I think so far my only bad game was the 2nd round, where I kind of blundered and luckily escaped. But apart from that, I think I played more or less decent chess with the black pieces as well. Yeah.
Okay. My last question for you. As you know, the 3rd leg of the Grand Prix will be held in India. Tell us about your thoughts of playing at home, the 3rd leg of this tournament.
Well, I'm not thinking anything about the next event right now. I just want to concentrate on this one. Okay. So
I'll ask you the question at the end of the tournament then.
Yeah, true.
Okay. Thank you very much for coming.
Yeah. Okay.